Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A summer job, prelude. Summer holidays. Ichigo sighed. It hadn't quite reached his head yet. He silently flipped over and stared at the outlines of his closet. He groaned. And again. Just how did I get myself into this mess? His eyes flickered, and he remembered exactly how he got into this particular situation. Flashback. So. What is your answer? First Division Captain, Yamamoto's eyes looked directly into Ichigo. Ah. The usually rude, loud, grumpy Ichigo had now turned into a smaller, quieter person. You don't have to answer now. Think about it. Ichigo left the captain's meeting hall. What the hell? He muttered softly to himself, not noticing the footsteps of a smaller Shinigami. What are you angry about now? Huh? He jumped. And crashed into the ceiling above him. This was Soul Society after all, and his physical abilities had increased greatly. I said. I know what you said. Geez, Rukia, don't sneak up on me like that. The smaller Shinigami grinned deviously. Well. Ichigo sighed. Well, it seems that, Mr. Big Guy up there, he gestured to the captain's meeting hall, wants me to consider taking the job of a captain, of the 5th Division. Silence. Of course, Ichigo added hastily, it'd only be temporary, and only during my school holidays. More silence. Ichigo looked down at his raven-haired friend. Oi, say something. He said, a bit annoyed that she was, well it looked like she was, blatantly ignoring him. She turned her head. Well. She looked at him, her eyes sinking into his. Ichigo involuntarily shuddered. Those eyes could bore holes in cement. They had stopped walking, and Rukia hadn't stopped looking at him. Oh crap, I better tell her I'm not going to accept, before she tells me off about leaving my family and all that responsibility. PFFF. I hate responsibility. He opened his mouth, but before he could say a word about him not accepting it, she said in a different kind of voice, You're going to accept it, right? Ichigo frowned. What was that look in her eyes? Worry, no, hope. This conversation was definitely weird. One of the few ones he had had with her without fighting. He was worrying about the weirdness of her face, when something hit him. Hard. Oi. Listen to me when I'm talking to you. She scowled at him, her usual facial expression coming back. Speak for yourself. Who was the one not listening to me a while back? Oops. Scrap that conversation with no fighting. He breathed out a little, relieved. She was normal. Or so he thought. Much later, Ichigo, plus a few bruises, and Rukia sat on an abandoned bench near the 5th Division headquarters. So. Ichigo turned to his smaller counterpart, scowling. His head was throbbing a little. So what? Rukia turned to look at him. Are you going to accept? Those eyes. Those DMN eyes. Her tone did not explain what she was feeling, but when Ichigo looked in her eyes, he knew. He knew she wanted him to accept. End flashback. In the end, he remembered vaguely that he had considered not doing the job. After all, too much paperwork was bound to be bad for one guy. And plus, he was expected to do this paperwork in the time of the school holidays. After doing mountains of paperwork at school, he would then be expected to do more mountains at Soul Society. All this he weighed into his mind, but Rukia, being Rukia, simply asked him if he was going to take the job. And Ichigo, being Ichigo, simply accepted the job. No buts or ifs. He continued looking at the closet. Soul Society, Rukia. This would be the first summer, starting his new job. A summer job, preparation, travel. Okay class, pack up. As soon as the words came out of the teacher's mouth, immediate turmoil prevailed. For about 2 seconds. The next 2 seconds was immediate verbal turmoil. Ichigo sighed. He put his books in his bag, and proceeded to stand up. Ichigorukia gugu. A flying, crying, yelling, Keigo Asano. Disgusting, he thought, and proceeded to punch his friend as he flew towards him. He turned around, and saw most of his friends looking at him. He sighed inwardly. It was the last day of school for the year. He had to say at least something. Well, I guess I'll see you guys around. And with that, he turned and left Chad, Inoue, Ishida, Mizuiro, and a crying Keigo. He's been so distant lately. Everyone looked up, startled. Chad had actually said something. But, taking in what he had said, they nodded silently. Even more so than before, if that's possible. This time it was Ishida who spoke. The serious mood was broken by Keigo and a smirking Mizuiro. Even more so than before, if that's possible. Imitated Keigo in a high falsetto voice. Ishida glared at him through sun-reflecting glasses. As he opened the door, he was met with a terrific three-phase flying reverse kick. Well, an attempt. He lazily blocked his father's greeting, and returned one of his own, leaving his father sobbing and crying in a large indent on the family hall. So, Ichi and I, what are your plans for this holidays? Karen asked him curiously. They were at the dinner table now, munching on Yuzu's delicious food, although Ichigo would never bring himself to admit it. Yeah, Ichi and I, what are your plans? Joined in Yuzu. Before he could say anything, the sobbing of his father interrupted him. Old man. Ichigo turned to face his father. His forehead was smooth, but for one rather large vein on the side of his head. His father continued sobbing melodramatically. Yes, what are your plans? Last holidays we didn't even get to spend time together as father and son. Ichigo was about to hit his father, till what he heard hit him. The protruding vein stopped, and he sat for a moment. Yeah, I guess so. He turned and looked at his sisters' faces, full of hope. Ugh. Actually, He was cut off again by his father. I have the solution. Isshin stated, with one leg on the table, and his fist in the air. We will take a family holiday. He looked down expectantly at his children. And was met with fists and feet, and yells of, shut up old man, that must have been Karen, or, like hell I'll go on a holiday with you, definitely Ichigo, and, Dad. Get your feet off the table. That must have been Yuzu. Isshin thought as he lay battered on the ground. Somehow, the dining table returned to normal. Well, what they thought was normal anyway. You can't have a normal meal in the Kurosaki household, general quote from the neighborhood. After some general munching, Ichigo finally spoke up, softer than usual. Actually, I'd like to spend the time with you guys, gesturing to his sisters, but I have a summer job. Instant pandemonium broke loose. Yells were heard throughout the neighborhood, and Isshin was behind his son, enthusiastically clapping him on the back. Good job my son. Karen was about to congratulate Ichigo as well. Hell, Ichigo never got a job during the holidays. That was until she heard the terrible pun her father had made. Smack. A slightly dazzled Isshin lay on the floor, with tears streaming down his face. I was being serious. Yeah, shut up. Good on you, Ichi and I, she paused in thought. What kind of job? Ichigo lay in bed, thinking over the events of dinner. He was still in his school uniform, with food stains all over it. The results of dinner were, as usual, harsh. Karen and Yuzu ended up asking so many questions that he felt his ears would burst. His father, on the other hand, was being unusually quiet. He exhaled. It wasn't like him to think like this. He looked over at his watch. 11:20 p.m. The rest of the family had gone to sleep, and he had to as well, to get to the place where the gate would be opened, designated by Yamamoto. Sure, the agreed time was ages away, sometime after breakfast tomorrow, but he still needed sleep. His thoughts drifted to his sisters' faces. He got up suddenly, and pushed himself out of his body. He walked lightly to his sister's room, and peeked in. They were sleeping soundly. After looking at them fondly, he then walked down the stairs. Opening the door silently, he slipped out, and closed it behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he proceeded to step on the footpath. "So, you really are going?" Ichigo stopped, knowing who it was without turning around. "Yeah." His father looked at the back his son's Shinigami form. "Do you still have that pendant I gave you?" "Yeah." His hands fingered the pendant, but he did not turn around to face his father. "Good. Keep it. Mom would have wanted you to have it." A pause. "Are you coming back?" "After the holidays." "I see. I'll take care of your body then." Another pause. "Idiot. You think your sisters are going to let you lie in the same position all holidays, while having a blank look on your face?" Crap. He had forgotten about that. "Shut up, old man." "Ha. Goodbye, son." "Goodbye." He clutched the pendant in his hand in front of the Urahara shop. He raised his hand to knock, when the door suddenly slid open. He was met with the dark gaze of Kisuke Urahara. A few minutes later, the former captain guided him down into the training area. "The equipment is ready," Urahara said after a while. Ichigo scowled, confused. "How did you know I was coming, Sandal Hat?" "Oh, it's obvious." The scowl deepened. "I know it's obvious that I'm going to Soul Society, but even you should have known that I'm supposed to be traveling at a different time, at a different gate." "Oh." Ichigo sighed. He wouldn't get any information out of Urahara. How he knew what he knew was beyond Ichigo's understanding. ZZZT. The gate shot up. "Anyway, thanks a lot, Sandal Hat." He stepped in through the gate. "I'll be back after the holidays." ZZZT. The gate closed. Urahara looked at where the gate was. "I wonder what the boy is going to do." A summer job, meeting. Wah hi. One scream. That's all he would allow himself. Damn it. Ichigo cursed. I knew I should have waited. DMN that Sandal Hat. He decides to put me in this friken gate when that stupid cleaner is behind me. Ah. If anyone had heard Ichigo at that moment, they would have questioned his manliness. Even though, it's hard to act manly when a massive, spirit-eating boulder is rolling towards you at velocities close to the speed of light. DMNU Sandal Hat. Triple Chu. Tessai Tsukabashi looked up in surprise. Urahara looked back. You got a cold? No, must be these dusty boxes we're working with. Ichigo lay on the soft grass, his body relishing in the comfort and peace that they had been deprived of for the last few moments. It was still night at Soul Society, and, as he sat up, he guessed that they would start looking for him when he didn't turn up where and when Yamamoto had said. He looked behind him at the white walls that encompassed the court of pure souls. He said the last bit aloud. Pure souls my butt, he muttered, when he remembered that Rukia was there. Groaning, he stood up and started walking slowly towards it. Then, he grinned, and retraced his steps. This would be a good time to visit Kukaku Shiba. And, those of you who are unfamiliar with this name, it's the fireworks lady that shot up Ichigo and his friends in that gigantic cannon. Rukia stood on her balcony, feeling quite happy, even though she refused to believe it herself. Ichigo would be coming tomorrow. No, he'd be coming today, since it was already morning. A twinge of anxiety fluttered over her. She hadn't seen him in about 8 months. She wouldn't tell him that she worried about him. She wouldn't even tell herself that. That idiot better not have done anything stupid to hurt himself. No sooner had the words materialized in her brain, she heard the familiar clack 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 of the wooden hammer meeting the wooden emergency sign. Clack, clack. Instantly Bayakuya was awake. He rushed out of his bedroom, still wearing his sleepwear, only pausing to grab his soul slayer. Who? We have an intruder in the court of pure souls. Announced one Shinigami, looking quite proud that he knew before the others. What? A passing Shinigami looked at him. I said. The proud Shinigami was about to relay his precious message but was cut off. The second Shinigami turned away and shouted, "Hey guys! Wake up, we have an intruder." Oi! Wait a minute, I was just saying. The first Shinigami looked angry as he was cut off once again as a sleepy Shinigami rolled out of his quarters. Did you hear that, guys? An intruder. What? Where? Where? Look. I know. No one looked his way. The announcing Shinigami took one look at the frantic, growing crowd of Shinigamis pushing and yelling. Sighing, he let out an air bubble. Rukia quickly walked off her balcony, into her room, and down the stairs, but not before quickly changing into her Shinigami uniform and grabbing her soul slayer. Damn it, just when Ichigo is about to come, we have another invasion. She walked outside, and ran to the main court. Kuchiki Byakuya stood alone in the main court. Then, about 3 seconds later, he was joined with masses of Shinigami, most of them, to Byakuya's displeasure, were wearing their uniforms, as if the day had just started. He only had noted this because he, in fact, was wearing his sleepwear. Of course, no one said anything, they were much too concerned about the alert than Kuchiki Byakuya's choice of clothes. However, they did note that he in fact, was Kuchiki Byakuya, and left him the customary 2-meter radius, while they waited. No one noticed the orange-haired Shinigami that appeared out of nowhere then, suddenly, appeared again next to the 6th Division captain. Oh. I must say, Kuchiki Byakuya, you look quite dashing with those new clothes. Kuchiki Byakuya whirled around at the familiar voice. You. Something clicked, and a loud roar of laughter that sounded suspiciously like a certain red-haired vice-captain was heard. Before Byakuya could find the offender, laughs started bursting out of nowhere, and then finally the mass of Shinigami that were in the main court started rolling along the tiled ground, laughing till their insides hurt. For once, the cool, composed 6th Division captain, didn't say anything. Of course, he was still cool and composed, if not slightly flustered. He just glared at the orange-haired Shinigami. Not a normal, "I hope you die," glare, but one of those rare "I shall personally grind you to bits" glares. The crowd was still laughing, and Ichigo still smirking. Byakuya, of course, just kept glaring his glare. That was until a blur seemed to split the crowd in half, and Ichigo turned to see the bottom of a sandal. In the air, of course. And rushing to meet his face at a very uncomfortable speed. Wabum! The Shinigamis stopped laughing and gaped in wonder. This orange-haired Shinigami, one who dared insult the Kuchiki Byakuya, was just taken down by a much smaller Shinigami, and a girl at that. And, nothing wrong with being a girl, I assure you, but imagine, some guy teasing Kuchiki Byakuya, and getting away with it. Then a girl comes along and... Wabum! Yeah, you get the point. Kuchiki Byakuya let his "I shall personally grind you to bits" glare dissipate, and changed it to a half glare, half smirk. Half because it was hard for anyone, even Kuchiki Byakuya, to glare at someone that was getting stomped on by IchigoRukia. Half smirk, because, it is, after all, Kuchiki Byakuya, and he never smirks fully. Whilst the crowd was busy gawking in amazement, he quickly flash-stepped out of the main court. He didn't want to be seen. Unfortunately, he ran into the very famous Toshiro Hitsugaya, smirking rudely as always, but somehow this one seemed to be rather annoying and knowing. He would have stopped to tell him off, but by the look on the prodigy's face he had heard everything that had happened. DMNU, Kurosaki Ichigo, Byakuya thought, while Toshiro was thinking, ha 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 ha. That was classic. He secretly disliked the proud captain of the 6th Division. However, he also valued his life, so he kept his smirk to a smirk and said nothing else. Ichigo. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, enough already, Have you learnt your lesson? Rukia's voice was like ice. Ichigo winced. He had once felt it when Hitsugaya Toshiro had gotten mad over some guy who had tripped over and fell on a certain vice captain. The temperature of the court of pure souls dropped by about 30 degrees. That, however, was nothing compared to the iciness in Rukia's tone. He smirked silently to himself. This was going to shorten his life by a large amount, but it would be worth it. He took a small breath and said, "Nope." The Shinigami crowd slowly backed away. There was a flaring spiritual power, belonging to a certain someone that they didn't want to mess with. Only a few remained, namely Toshiro Hitsugaya, who was there because he secretly wanted to see if any more funny things happened, but there was no way he was going to tell this arrogant, orange-haired, substitute Shinigami that, Momo Hinamori, who was there because a certain captain was there, Abarai Renji, who was there because he didn't want to leave Rukia the job of bashing the orange-haired Shinigami. He wanted a turn as well, and he didn't want to leave Rukia alone with a certain orange-haired Shinigami, and Kenpachi Zaraki, who was there because he wanted to see if Ichigo had gotten stronger, and wanted to fight, and wouldn't take no for an answer, because he hadn't fought in quite a long time, and also wanted to see if Ichigo knew anything about the alarm. Gosh, he's quick. A summer job, falling asleep. They lay on the soft grass together. She was feeling fine. He was feeling fine. Well, not as fine as her, due to the numerous amounts of bruises that had started appearing on his body. His mind drifted back to the events that happened just a couple of hours ago. Flashback. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The rest of the group that were there around them had somehow gathered a large sweat drop at the top of their forehead. And it dropped, simultaneously. Rukia-san. It was the quiet Hinamori that spoke up first. Huh? A puzzled Rukia slowly looked down at her feet, or more precisely under her feet. A dazzled Ichigo looked back at her. Oh. She grinned. Sorry, sorry. And smiled a perfect smile to Ichigo. The rest of the group had found that big drop of sweat again. Like a smile was going to fix up the Shinigami. Surprisingly enough, Ichigo only let out a groan, and sat up, scratching his head like nothing had happened. Renji looked on. Now that is definitely weird. Ichigo, not getting mad at Rukia for pummeling him. He's probably happy that he had gotten to see Rukia again. Toshiro Hitsugaya let out a loud sigh, visibly disappointed that nothing else funny was going to happen. He turned to leave, when he noticed that Kenpachi had opened his mouth to say something. Ichigo, did you know the alarm's been set off? Toshiro deadpanned. Hadn't Zaraki figured out by now that Ichigo was the cause of the alarm? He didn't say anything though. He wasn't scared of the 11th Division captain, it was just that people learned to stay out of dangerous places when you reached 150 years old. Toshiro's deadpanning was reflected in the others' faces. Ichigo spoke up first. Hey Zaraki, I was the alarm. Oh. Renji snapped out of his deadpanning after Ichigo. Ha ha ha. You mean you didn't know? You dumbass. He also snapped back to reality the next second. Oh, my, crap. Renji ran out of the main court screaming, with a bloodthirsty Zaraki behind him, unsheathing his sword. The others watched the two run out into the night. Hinamori snapped out of her deadpan next. And blushed. Shiro-chan, it's getting late. Can you walk me to my division? What? Toshiro looked at her. Then he looked away, his face as red paint. Ah no. Hinamori began again. No. What? Now it was Hinamori's turn to be surprised. I'll go, only if. Toshiro began. Only if. She hung on to his words. Only if you'd quit calling me Shiro-chan. So you'll come. Hinamori looked at him again, her eyes pleading. Fine. A scowling Hitsugaya stomped off. Then he abruptly stopped when Hinamori wrapped her arms around him from behind. Thanks. Shiro-chan. Don't call me Shiro-chan. Hinamori grinned. It was fun seeing him get so worked up. They continued walking to the path that would take them to the 5th Division quarters. Snickers were heard behind them. Toshiro turned around, his scowl deepening. Shiro-chan. Ichigo mimicked, the mischievous grin coming back to his face. Rukia tried to stop him but failed, breaking into fits of suppressed laughter. The main court suddenly felt a lot colder. Shiro-chan. A reprimanding gaze and the temperature went back to normal. Fine, we're going. Toshiro stuck his fingers in his ears, trying to ignore the hysterical laughter that floated from behind them. End flashback. After that, Ichigo thought, Rukia and me went up here. He rolled over to his side to watch the face of the raven-haired Shinigami that had changed his life. She was gazing into the stars. You know, you can go there. What? She scowled, not averting her gaze. The stars. Whatever. She glanced at him, giving him a whatever look. And, what other look would she give him? XD. Fine. Don't believe me. They drifted off into silence. Ichigo opened his mouth and yawned, in spite of himself. He hadn't slept, and he was understandably tired. Oi, Ichigo. What? I missed you. Same, Ichigo thought. He turned over to his side. Silence. Oi. Ichigo. He sat up straight. What? Are you even listening to me? She had sat up as well. He gave her a sideways glance. I am. No, you aren't. Why didn't you say anything? I did. No, you didn't. Well, I said something to myself. That doesn't count. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Rukia sighed inwardly. Ichigo was hopeless. What did you say to yourself anyway? Ichigo answered, still half asleep. What did you? Okay. Ichigo mumbled, not waking up even after Rukia's yelling. Yes, he really was tired. So? Oh, I said. He was almost falling down now due to his tiredness. What? He leant over, his intention to tell her what he had thought, but all of a sudden his head felt so heavy, that he promptly lay down on her lap. Ichigo. Ichigo was not in his right senses. He was now 3/4 asleep, and he didn't mind falling asleep on Rukia's lap. Oh yeah, I said to myself. He was muttering into her clothes. I said. Same. A few seconds later his breathing evened out, and he was asleep, leaving Rukia to wonder what the hell he meant by same, and what she was going to do the next morning when people found out that Ichigo was sleeping on her lap. Now, what did I say? Oh yeah, I said I missed him. And he said, same. She smiled contentedly to herself. Stuff tomorrow, and stuff what other people think. She absent-mindedly twirled his hair in her fingers. I'm tired as well. Luckily the night was warm, so she wouldn't get any sickness. Lying down, she drifted off into dreamland, with his hair still entwined in her fingers. A summer job, position. Renji groaned. Now, this groan wasn't your typical, oh crap, homework, groan, it was more like, oh crap, all my bones are dislocated, my ligaments are stretched, and if I move, I'll break, sort of groan. He had been chased around all night for laughing at a confused Saraki. Arg. DMN that Saraki. He had to take me seriously. The sunlight came streaming in through his window. Renji diverted his gaze to his table, where his clock lay. 5 a.m., vice captain's meeting in 1 hour. No, this time it was a combined meeting, due to the appearance of Ichigo. He closed his eyes. But, when he couldn't get back to sleep, he rolled out of bed, grunting as his muscles stretched, and changed into his Shinigami uniform. He was thinking of taking a little stroll before the vice-captain's meeting. It would do him good. Or so he thought. His little stroll ended prematurely when he saw Ichigo and Rukia sleeping together. He didn't know how long he gaped at them, it was really something he couldn't believe. Rukia and Ichigo fought over every single word, how could they possibly end up sleeping together? The good way, he thought, blushing furiously. Not that those two sleeping together were good, he thought jealously. 2. Sleeping together outside? What was Rukia thinking? Actually, what was Ichigo thinking? That bstrd, lying on her lap like, arg. He couldn't think of the word. Or, more accurately, he didn't want to say the word that he had learnt on his travels in the real world. Boyfriend. An involuntary shudder. Jeez. This was going to put him in a bad mood all day. Why? It's not like he actually liked. He stood there exasperated while Ichigo and Rukia slept peacefully. He stomped away, and then a little grin formed on his face. Oh, Ichigo. Renji sung out sweetly below his captain's quarters. He thought it was sweetly. The birds that were hanging around the captain's quarters didn't. They screeched and howled like their life depended on it, and it did, and flew away, gibbering, in their language, how Shinigamis came up with the worst wake-up jokes possible. An unruffled Kuchiki Byakuya slowly walked onto his balcony. Glided would be a better word. And also wearing his captain's robes once again. He would definitely not be caught a second time. He saw it was Renji and frowned. He had remembered that laugh that sounded distinctly like Renji when that brat humiliated him. What? Oh, Kuchiki Taishu, Renji said with a sickening smile, we still have 45 minutes till the meeting. Wanna come take a stroll? No. Bayakuya turned and glided slowly back to his bedroom. Oh. That's too bad then. I guess I'll have to spy on Rukia and Ichigo all by myself. Bayakuya stopped. Are you implying, Renji, that something might be happening between my sister and that brat? Even though he knew full well that there was something happening between his sister and that Kurosaki Ichigo, and it wasn't just friendship. Ever since Ichigo had left to the living world, Rukia had moped around. Well, not exactly moped around, she still did her duties, but she lacked the energy to do anything. Even with Renji around, she still lacked the will. When that brat showed up last night, he noticed, with interest, that somehow she felt more alive. Which was ironic really, seeing as she was dead already. They were all dead. But Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't. He was alive. And he made Rukia feel alive. Byakuya's thoughts were interrupted by Renji. Taicho? Renji's voice sounded a bit softer than usual. Yes. Don't worry about it. His usual look of glee was replaced by seriousness, something that was unusual. Byakuya looked at him one last time before going back to his bedroom. Renji had obviously been thinking about what he was thinking. Okay, Yamamoto's eyes scanned the room, we aren't all here. Renji snickered loudly. Yamamoto's eyes flickered over to the vice-captain of the 6th Division. Byakuya, if anything, looked unimpressed. Abarai Renji. Yes sir. I presume, by your earlier actions, that you know where Kurosaki Ichigo is? Yes sir. Get him. Yes sir. Renji ran back to the place where he had seen Ichigo and Rukia. They were still there, lying on the grass, sleeping. Oomph. A mischievous grin planted itself on his face. He took a deep breath. Wakey, wakey. Instantly the surrounding area was filled with flying birds. The birds that had rested on Kuchiki Taishu's residence had now moved to where Ichigo and Rukia were, note the past tense, sleeping. They had settled in with their feathered friends, thinking that they were safe from a certain red-haired Shinigami who had a wondrous voice. Unfortunately they were mistaken. The vice-captain had graciously enlightened them yet again, and they flew up in the air yelling, in their language, obscenities about the singer's mother. Ichigo leapt 5 feet into the air. Well, he would have leapt 5 feet into the air, if it weren't for a certain Shinigami who had sat up immediately. The back of his head met the bottom of her chin and they both collapsed, knocked out. Renji sighed. He had been so considerate, waking them up nicely, but no, they had to fake waking up, and go back to sleep. Sighing, he picked up the orange-haired Shinigami with one hand, and the raven-haired Shinigami with the other. Back in the meeting room, silence prevailed. Yamamoto Taishu? The speaker was none other than Momo Hinamori. Yes. Even though Kurosaki-kun is going to be Taicho, what about the other 2 spots of captain? Yamamoto looked at her. All we can do, is elect new ones. Murmurs passed throughout the room. Yes, this was going to happen sooner, but we weren't sure about the exact details of Aizen's departure. More murmurs. Now that we know, all we need to do is hold the general captain election. He paused, the murmurs were annoying him, though he didn't show it. Since, he looked sternly at Hinamori, who was whispering to the 10th Division captain, who was getting redder by the minute, since that the 3rd Division, and the 9th Division do not have captains to challenge, any Shinigami is allowed to take part against an existing captain. While discussing who was going to challenge who, the sliding door slid open loudly. There stood Renji, holding a dazed Ichigo by the back of his Shinigami clothes, and, Bayakuya noted with a tiny hint of amusement, holding Rukia in his arms like a newborn child. If Bayakuya could get any more amused, then this next moment would be it. The vice-captain abruptly dropped the orange-haired Shinigami on the meeting floor, and then placed Rukia gently outside the meeting hall, so that she was leaning against the wall, still sleeping. Oi! What did you have to do that for? Ichigo was now sitting, his eyes glaring at his red-haired friend. Shut up. I don't want to hear that from you, who dropped me down like a sack of potatoes. Shut up. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. And they were about to continue on their largely productive argument, which, by the way, was well structured, and had a couple of good points, when Kuchiki Byakuya coughed. Silence prevailed. Yamamoto motioned for the 2 Shinigamis to take their places, trying not to rub his temples with his idle hands. As you all know, Kurosaki Ichigo is now here to temporarily fill in the position of captain, over the 5th Division. The captains and vice-captains nodded. Good, that's settled. The old man looked around. Oh yes, Abarai Renji, you may be happy to know that there will be an all-out contest to see who takes the place of the 3rd squad captain, or the 9th squad captain. The others fidgeted. Like they didn't know this was coming. Of course Renji would have been placed in the captain's position. He had after all, learned his Bankai. The meeting continued. Hitsugaya felt bored. He looks bored, thought Hinamori. She reached over and squeezed his hand. Okay, he definitely didn't look bored now. You can't be bored and blushing at the same time. The redness contrasted with the whiteness of his hair. That same redness attracted Yamamoto. He looked over to the 150-year-old boy with amusement. Before you all leave, Hitsugaya Taicho will accompany Kurosaki Taicho today to work on his captaincy duties. Hitsugaya glanced up at the old man. Was that a glint of amusement in his eye? A Summer Job, Business Lunches, Part 1. An annoyed Hitsugaya stomped through the court of pure souls. Needless to say, an annoyed Hitsugaya meant a temporary season of winter. And half-frozen bodies to anyone who came within a meter radius to the prodigy. Of all of the people, Toshiro seethed. I have to take care of Ichigo. And of all of the people, that old geezer decided to choose me. Chuckling evilly to himself, Ichigo followed the miniature blizzard. Oh, Shiro-chan. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. A large vein proceeded to show itself on the back of the short captain's head. Don't call me that, Carrot Top. Tush, tush, why are you so angry? Ichigo asked, even though he fully knew the situation. Rukia had informed him of it before he left on his teaching tour with the prodigy. Apparently Toshiro and Hinamori usually ate lunch together, but couldn't, because of Ichigo. Ichigo had thought that this would be the perfect situation to get the child prodigy mad. Rukia, on the other hand, had other plans. She and Ichigo would have a picnic lunch together, and Toshiro and Hinamori could go somewhere together while they were having it. She told Hinamori this, and she was delighted to have someone so thoughtful as her new captain. Secretly she was worried that she would have to miss a day with her Shiro-chan. Ichigo promptly told her that it was Rukia's idea, but it got Hinamori thanking them all over again, that they both had to ask her to stop. When she skipped off, Rukia said in a rather sighing tone, "She's in love." Rukia then turned to Ichigo and said, "Go tell Hitsugaya Taicho. And behave." And here he was, behaving, if not having a little fun. Silence. "Yo, I asked you a question, shorty." The temperature dropped yet again, and Ichigo thought he better lay up on the provoking statements for a while, unless he wanted to end up inside of a freezer. It was a good choice. Teaching proceeded in a cold manner, literally, and lunch neared. Toshiro's stomach growled. Which reminded him of the fact that, since Ichigo was here, he couldn't eat with Hinamori. Because of this he started saying random comments about how Ichigo was going to make a bad captain, how he only beat Bayakuya by chance, how he had no chance with Rukia etc. Ichigo, on the other hand, funnily enough did not get angry. He did however say, wouldn't it be funny if Hinamori suddenly got a large load of paperwork, out of nowhere? Hitsugaya stopped his comments, and proceeded to work in a more icy tone than ever. Ichigo chuckled to himself. This is too good, he thought, but he was secretly annoyed that the short captain had dared say that he had no chance with Rukia, not like he cared anyway. The lunch bell rang. Hitsugaya continued like nothing had happened. "Hey, Hitsugaya Taicho, let's get something to eat. I'm hungry." Ichigo explained. Toshiro gave him a cold look, but followed Ichigo outside the door. Ichigo looked around for Rukia. Yep, there she was, smiling prettily, while holding a lunch basket. Smiling prettily? Where did that come from? Ichigo scratched the back of his head. Hitsugaya, wait here. Ichigo said, as he promptly ran off to where Rukia was waiting, leaving the short captain to scowl at the scenery in front of him. As he reached her, he looked at her up and down. Something was different. She looked different. It must be her clothes. I haven't seen her, did you tell him? Rukia asked. He snapped back to reality. Nope. Baka. How the hell is he supposed to know what to do? He replied, scratching his head. He was about to say something else, like he didn't care what happened to the snotty brat, when he was interrupted. Shut up. Look, Rukia hissed. They looked over to where Hitsugaya was standing, and suddenly the temperature went back to normal. They saw the reason running over to the surprised captain. Rukia, even though she was Rukia, was still a girl, and wanted to wait to see what happened next, as throughout the Court of Pure Souls the relationship between the 10th Division captain and the 5th Division vice-captain was one that many a Shinigami pondered upon, and it definitely was top on their list of couples to be. Rukia prided herself with knowing such knowledge, though she kept it to herself, as she knew that Byakuya-sama wouldn't be very pleased if he found her gossiping. Even though she did know a lot, she didn't know that the next on the list of couples to be was her paired up with certain new captain. Funnily enough, Byakuya knew of this, but he didn't say anything, as, after all, he did have an image to keep in front of his little sister, and there was no way that he was going to tell her that he had been sneaking around, trying to catch up on the latest gossip on his sister. No, he wasn't overprotective. Not overprotective at all. Sadly, Ichigo was new to the Court of Pure Souls, and he didn't give a DMN about the relationship between his vice-captain and the short prodigy. He probably would have given a DMN if he found out that most of the Shinigamis in the Court of Pure Souls thought that he and Rukia were more than just friends. He looked down at Rukia, who was watching them with undivided interest. He looked away, embarrassed. Even if he was Ichigo, it still is hard to keep a straight face when your girlfriend, friend who is a girl, openly stares at a couple. He grabbed her slender arm and marched off. Come on, I'm hungry. What? Oh come on Ichigo, grow up. But I have my captain training, and... She cut him off by placing a finger to his lips. He was about to say that Hitsugaya was going to kill him, which was probable. Since when have you been so girly? Rukia asked him, with a mischievous smile. Since, what? Shut up. I'm not girly. This comment hurt his pride, especially coming from her. R2. I am not. R2. Ichigo opened his mouth to say another I am not, but he stopped when he felt Rukia's fingers grabbing onto his hands. Look, just come with me okay? Fine, fine. He mumbled, and allowed himself to be led off to Rukia's hometown. Hitsugaya's going to kill me when I come back, you know. Shut up. Defeated sigh of air. Actually, Hitsugaya wasn't thinking about killing anyone at that particular moment. Quite the opposite really. Hinamori had explained everything to him, and he realized that Ichigo was just hiding it from him all along. Now, if someone else had explained to him what was happening, he might have called out his ice dragon. However, it was Hinamori talking to him here, so he let his anger slide. They sat up on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. They had finished their lunch rather quickly, well, Toshiro had finished his rather quickly, anyway. In front of a very embarrassed Hinamori, he had gulped down all the helpings of food in less than 5 minutes. She had scolded him for eating too much, but inside she was secretly glad because he had eaten her food so enthusiastically. She rolled over, gazing at her young friend. Did you like it? Like what? He was so dense. The food, she said in a flat voice. Oh. He turned over to his side, his back facing her face. Yeah, I liked it. A few moments of silence. You're a really good cook. Thank you. Awkward silence. Why aren't you looking at me? She asked, truly puzzled. It's nothing. Hinamori frowned. Shiro-chan was being a bit weird today. Shiro-chan, she sang sweetly, look at me when you talk. No. There was no way in hell, or soul society, for that matter that he was going to face her, blushing like a beetroot. When she said his name like that. Okay, blushing like a beetroot was over. It was more like, his face was a beetroot. What? She sounded like she hadn't even listened to him. I said, no. I'll make you. No, you won't. Hinamori grinned. It was her childhood friend, and she knew just how to make him move. She slowly raised herself on one elbow, and then grabbed him by the ribs. She knew where his ticklish spots were, she thought, as she tickled him from behind. Wah, hey, sto haha stop that haha. Hitsugaya was laughing uncontrollably. Leave it to Hinamori to know everything about him. Well, almost everything. Toshiro summoned up his remaining strength and turned to face her. She was still tickling him, so he grabbed her, and tickled her back. The sounds of laughter could be heard for miles, but of course, it was lunchtime, and most of the Shinigami were indoors. Suddenly the laughter stopped. As it was, the two were on a roof, and a roof is, after all, slanting. Their tickling round had ended up with the both of them rolling towards the end of the roof, rolling towards the ground. It was quite a drop. Toshiro braced himself for the impact, making sure that he was the one hitting the ground. Thud. The two had fortunately hit a grassy slope, tumbled down, and came to rest at the foot of a sakura tree. Hitsugaya was knocked out from the impact, but Hinamori was still conscious. Conscious, however, with an unconscious Hitsugaya on top of her, his chin resting on her shoulder. Hinamori blushed furiously. Shiro-chan. Shiro-chan. This time a bit louder. For a second she contemplated staying like this. After all, this was probably as close as she was going to get to the white-haired prodigy. Since he did nothing to notice her feelings. Shiro-chan. This time Hitsugaya answered. His eyes half opened, as he put his hands down in front of him to prop himself up. Are you okay, Hinamori? She nodded, barely, but her face was getting redder by the second. Hitsugaya looked confused for the space of about 1 second, then he looked down to where Hinamori was looking. So that's what he was holding himself up on. Wah! This wah, greatly minimized by the way, was joined by a female voice that screamed quite loudly, the words that no man wants to hear from his girlfriend, or potential girlfriend for that matter, pervert. Yuck. Keigo, that was disgusting. Mizuiro winced, wiping off the beads of, well you know. Shut up, you just sneezed a second ago. Keigo said, wiping his nose. They were in the middle of an eatery, and were in the process of analyzing the aspects of the human body, female species, namely, girl-watching. Ha! At least it was controlled. Oomph. Keigo looked away. It's 'cause you're a girl. But it's weird, Mizuiro said, as his gaze was diverted again, this time by an older woman. I don't have a cold. Same, Keigo said wanly, as he followed Mizuiro's gaze. A summer job, business lunches, part 2. Ranjiku Matsumoto sighed after finishing off the book, The Princess and the Picnic. Now that, she declared to her captain, who was acting rather strange of late, was a real love story. The captain looked up, obviously not listening to a word she said, just that it was a force of habit to look up when someone was talking to him. Matsumoto had once told him he did this because he was shorter than everyone else, and it took 2 full days to defrost her. Despite this incident, she was still willing to tease her captain to bits. What? I said, this is a real love story. She held the book in her hand and waved it over the couch. Oh. At the mention of the word love, she felt her captain go rigid. She wondered if it had anything to do with a certain 5th Division vice-captain. Hitsugaya bent down to finish his paperwork, which he left during the morning to look after Ichigo. It was after lunch, the time most Shinigamis were lazing around. Hitsugaya Taicho, you don't want to know what happened? No. Matsumoto shuddered. So cold. An evil grin spread across her face. She knew that the subject of love was continually avoided in the 10th Division, well in the hearing range of the captain, who was actually failing at love at the very moment. Anyway, she announced in an eerily cheery voice, I'll tell you what happens. She cautiously looked up from her couch. Her captain was still bending over his desk, completing paperwork, though it was obvious that he had heard what she had said, despite the fact that he didn't say anything. So, there was this prince, and he met this princess. She peeked up from behind her couch. And do you know how they met? Hitsugaya sighed. It was obvious that he wouldn't get much paperwork done with his lazy vice-captain, well lazing around. And plus, he had to put up with her annoying voice, telling him an annoying story. He might as well listen. No, I don't know how they met. Do enlighten me. He said in a sickly sweet tone, that could probably rival Rukia's acting voice. He picked up his cup of tea, and proceeded to sip it in an annoyingly adult manner. Matsumoto looked at her captain, delighted, completely ignoring his sickly sweet tone. Well, it happened like this. The princess was so bored of her castle, that one day she decided to take a picnic. She looked up in surprise as she saw her captain nearly choke on his tea. She raised an eyebrow. And it seemed like it was getting a bit colder. So she went on her picnic, but she got a bit bored by herself. So she decided to invite her childhood friend, who was the neighboring prince. At that time, they didn't have any feelings for each other though. She looked up again in surprise, when her captain had choked yet again, and the temperature had gone down. A lot. Is something wrong, Hitsugaya Taicho? She watched him carefully. Maybe she shouldn't have told him the story after all. But this kind of behavior, even for him, was quite different. No, nothing's wrong. Hitsugaya managed to squeak out. He stood up shakily. Bathroom. And he was off, leaving a very puzzled Matsumoto behind. I didn't get the good part. She lay back on the couch to read the last paragraph again. The princess and her prince skipped happily down the sunny lane. The princess held her prince's hand while they skipped, and in her other hand she was swinging a picnic basket. And they lived happily ever after. The end. Far away, in some corner or another of Seoul society, the princess was skipping happily down a sunny lane. Actually, it was Rukia, and she wasn't skipping. She was, however, holding her prince's hand, except for the small fact that it was Ichigo, and the only reason why she was holding his hand was because she was dragging him along the ground. It was such a picturesque moment. Come on, Yoidoti. Look, we're here. Rukia had stopped pulling Ichigo, and had led him up to an overhang which looked over the 78th district of Rukongai. Ichigo stopped, rubbing his arm, and looked up. It was now mid-afternoon, and the warm sun was comfortable on his back. The city actually looked decent from here. It looks nice. Yeah. The two stood there, looking down at the city, which Rukia had grown up in. It was so different from what he had imagined, Ichigo decided. Standing behind Rukia, he noticed what had caught his attention when he was looking for her when he was with Hitsugaya. She was wearing contemporary-style clothes, which was strange since they were in Seoul society. Now that he came to think of it, he had only seen her in her school uniform, one of Yuzu's dresses, her Shinigami uniform, and, once, in her kimono. This was the first time he had seen her wearing jeans. Oi, Rukia. She didn't stop looking down at the town. What's with your clothes? Huh. This time she turned around to look at him. She looked down at what she was wearing. Oh, these. She shrugged, almost embarrassed. Well, I got some tailors to make me some clothes, that were more your style. Huh. Ichigo looked confused. My style? She blushed furiously. No, idiot, I meant, the style of the living world. She turned away from him. Ichigo, being Ichigo, got absolutely none of this, but he did understand that Rukia was turning away from him, and that he had done something wrong. He shrugged. Well, no need to get so mad about it. Geez, I was just going to say that it looks good on you. As if realizing what he just said, his face went red. Rukia turned around, and all of a sudden, the ground beneath them had just become a whole lot more interesting. Oh. The silence was unbearable. Anyway, aren't we going to have this, picnic? Ichigo asked, still looking at the ground, with one hand scratching the back of his neck. Why, yeah. Rukia hurried past him to lay the cloth on the ground, underneath a large, overhanging tree. Here, let me help. Ichigo took the basket from Rukia, and started laying the contents on the mat. Slowly, but surely, a large bead of sweat started to form at the back of his head. Rukia? Yeah. Why isn't there any bowls? The large bead of sweat was mirrored by Rukia. Ichigo sighed. Leave it to you to get everything, except the bowls. Hey. It's because I was working so hard on the meal. Yeah, so hard that you forgot to bring something to eat it in. Shut up. Anyway, look, she pointed to 2 pairs of chopsticks. At least we have them. Oh yeah, and what am I supposed to do with chopsticks without a bowl? Eat from the container, idiot. Rukia proceeded to break up her pair of chopsticks, and grabbed a large helping of noodles from the container. I've done it lots of times, she announced proudly. The large bead of sweat dropped. Geez, fine. Ichigo sighed as he scooted closer to Rukia. He waited till she had started chewing on her noodles before digging his chopsticks into the container. He just realized how hungry he was, and proceeded to eat the noodles. However, being Ichigo, he took such a large helping that he couldn't eat it all in one bite, so he let some of the noodles hang down over the container. Rukia finished her first mouthful, swallowed, and said, "Yuck. Don't slobber all over the container." Ichigo, with his mouth still full, replied angrily, "Itf woudent had happened if Thilmon had bort a bor." Rukia stared at him. "What?" Ichigo rolled his eyes, and Rukia shook her head, muttering to herself about how people shouldn't talk with their mouth full. She took another helping of the noodles, not noticing that because Ichigo had let the noodles hang loose over the container, she had accidentally gotten some of his noodles. Ichigo, on the other hand, decided to let Rukia win all the arguments while his mouth was still full, but as soon as he would finish. He never finished his next thought. What he saw, directly in front of him, and only a few inches away, was a very startled Rukia. His face soon turned the same color as hers, as they both realized that they were eating the same noodle, and because of the shock, they just kept chewing slowly, coming closer, and closer, and closer, and... What the heck? I'm... Ichigo was basically pleading for his body to stop moving forward. It's just Rukia. Rukia, on the other hand, just kept coming closer and closer, till all that was left between them was the one noodle. Ichigo looked at her eyes. They were wide, open, and innocent. Their lips met, for the tiniest of seconds. And then, just as quick as it had started, it finished. They suddenly recoiled, as if realizing what they had done. Seconds, then minutes passed. That was mine. Rukia broke the uncomfortable silence. Huh? Ichigo didn't understand, and Rukia just laughed silently inside of herself. Ichigo was still young, after all. That was my noodle. What? The astonishment quickly turned to anger. What do you mean that was yours? It was in my chopsticks. Rukia turned around. Yeah, whatever, she said in an annoyingly airy voice. Ichigo growled under his breath. DMNU. Rukia turned back, facing him. Ichigo's angry face was just too funny, and he was staring at her like he wanted to bore a hole through her body with his eyes. She scrunched up her face and poked out her tongue. Naya. Ichigo sighed. DMN those mangas. To be continued. A summer job, midnight meetings. The stars shone on Soul Society. Well, twinkling. The 10th Division captain noted this, as he rolled his head back, looking at the sky. Hitsugaya Toshiro stood in front of the vice-captain's quarters of the 5th Division. He ran a hand through his white-blue hair. It was pretty late, and not much Shinigamis were around, well none walking around this are of the 5th Division. He lifted his hand to knock. And stopped. There was no way that he was going to knock on her door this time of night. She'd be sleeping anyway. He turned around, quietly, as all captains do, then stopped. But what if she wasn't sleeping? And he really needed to apologize to her for what he had done. Geez, just thinking about it made him blush. He turned around again, now facing her door. Once again he lifted his hand to knock. The night seemed to grow quieter. Arg, stuff it. He pulled back his clenched fist and knocked. Well, he tried to. His fist swung through empty air, then met the forehead of the pretty vice-captain. The walking vice-captain now fell backwards, quite fast, but Toshiro was faster. He quickly stepped behind her, and caught her. Whoops. He just knocked out the person that he wanted to apologize to. This did not bode well. Rukia? Ichigo looked at his Shinigami friend, sprawled out in the sparse grass, stargazing. It's late. So. Rukia didn't pull her eyes off the stars. So, it's dark, DMN Rukia, she never listened to him. And we have to get back. No we don't. Still stargazing. Your brother will kill me. That initiated some movement. Rukia pulled her gaze away from the stars and rolled onto her side, facing Ichigo. What? Ichigo suddenly was aware of her proximity. She didn't say anything. He really will. Ichigo widened his eyes and waved his one free arm around in the air. Rukia still didn't say anything, she just continued staring at him. For some reason she was seriously making him uncomfortable. What? Maybe she's thinking about what happened this afternoon. Nothing. Rukia pulled her gaze away from his face. Ichigo let out an inward sigh. Fine, let's go. What was with that? Yeah. After packing up the picnic, Ichigo slung the bag over his shoulder, school bag style. They walked together in silence down the hill. Ichigo peeked a glance at her. She sensed him looking at her, and looked upwards in a frown. What? Nothing. Ichigo turned his head forward again. How come she could look so coolly at him, then when he even looked at her for 1 second, she got angry. He stomped forward. Oi Ichigo. Her voice came from behind him. Yeah. He slowed down a bit, letting her catch up with his long stride. Are you afraid of my brother? A moment of silence. What? Ichigo was flustered. Well? Rukia asked again. You Ichigo stopped walking. Thinking about what to say, and walking was too much for his body and brain. He mumbled something incoherent and then started walking as fast as he could, but Rukia was too fast for him. What? Say that again, she teased, I thought you said, yes. She quickened her stride to keep up with Ichigo. Oomph. Say it, I didn't hear it properly. Well, why wouldn't you be? He's so cold, and his freaky sword that turns into tiny blades. Ha ha ha. So you are scared of him? Rukia giggled. Ichigo was actually scared of someone. Shut up. They walked a few more minutes in silence before Rukia piped up again, this time a bit quieter. Hey, Ichigo. What? Back then, when you fought Nii-sama. Ichigo kept walking. Rukia didn't finish her question. At that time. Ichigo knew what she was talking about. At that time, he repeated, I wasn't scared for some reason. I mean, I felt his power, it's just that. I was so intent with saving you. Suddenly the ground seemed very interesting. Oh, so you weren't scared because of me? Rukia jokingly asked, in an annoyingly sweet tone. Shut up, Ichigo looked away, blushing. DMN that Rukia. He stomped forward, trying to hide his blushing in the dark. Rukia on the other hand, just laughed inwardly and followed, thinking deeply. Ichigo was such a kid. She frowned. But, back then something had happened between them. After 150 years of living, she finally had her first kiss. It totally did not go as she had thought it would. First, she had thought it would be with Renji. After all, there were no other guys in which she held any sort of romantic interest in. For sure, there were guys that had a romantic interest in her, but they had quickly found out, via Renji's fist, that even though Rukia did seem like a sweet, pretty Shinigami, not to mention a potential girlfriend, it wasn't worth trying to get past the redhead that jealously guarded her. Except, now there was Ichigo, who had in a way gotten past her childhood friend. Her thoughts turned back to the moment of affection they had. Did that kiss they have even count as a real kiss? At least the place where the kiss took place was where she imagined it to be. Since Renji and her always went to that place, she had imagined that one day, he would kiss her on top of that hill. That was before she went to the real world and met Kurosaki Ichigo. The boy that changed her life. Had her feelings changed? She looked at his back, he was still stomping away. She stifled a laugh. Ichigo. What? Ichigo answered without breaking his stride, without turning around. Even though he was always like this, she realized that he always answered her, no matter what. What about Renji? Shut up. Oh crap. Someone was gonna be hurt when she woke up. And Hitsugaya had a bad feeling that it was going to be him. After he, accidentally knocked her out when she walked out of her room, what was she doing walking out of her room anyway? Toshiro carried her to her mattress and laid her down. Now, for half an hour now, he had patiently knelt by her bed, and waited for her to wake. Even if he was a captain, sitting patiently, not to mention closely, to one of the prettiest Shinigami while she was sleeping was no easy feat. He would rather face a million Minos Grandes than do this. And this certain vice-captain was the one he had certain attachments to. There was no way in hell, or for that matter Soul Society, that he was going to say, even if it was in his mind, that he was in. Arg. His face twisted due to all the thoughts whirling around in his head. Geez, even if he was nicknamed Genius, this was way beyond his realm. Hinamori opened her eyes. There was Shiro-chan, engrossed in some deep thought, judging by the way his face was making, weird faces. This was kind of disturbing to wake up to. Why was he here anyway? This must be one of her dreams that she was so used to having. Ah no, Shiro-chan. What? The 10th Division captain looked blankly down at her. What? Hitsugaya leapt back a few feet. You were awake. His expression changed to an annoyed one. And don't call me that. Shiro-chan, what are you doing in my room? This dream, well, it seemed a bit real. But it couldn't be real. Shiro-chan would be in his quarters, sleeping at this time of the night. I just came by. Hitsugaya scooted a bit closer from where he jumped back. For what? About today, sorry. Hitsugaya blushed a deep red. He placed his hand at the back of his neck. Today, what happened today? Oh yeah, they fell on top of each other and... it's okay. Ah, this was dreamlike. The real Hitsugaya would never come to her room to apologize. So this was a dream, since it felt so good. And, she reasoned, in her sleepy mind, since it was a dream, she could do stuff that she wouldn't usually. In real life, that is. Anyway, she always did this in her dreams. Well, I better go now, it's getting late. He turned to go. Wait. This was weird. In all her dreams he had always been forward with her. She grabbed his sleeve. Sleep here with me. Huh. Hitsugaya turned around, blushing at her touch. Shiro-chan. It looked like she was about to cry. But what happens if tomorrow? He was cut off because Hinamori had dragged him onto her futon. She frowned. Shiro-chan usually wasn't this reluctant in her dreams. Like that other dream she had last night, where he kissed her on the roof. Hitsugaya sighed inwardly. What was Hinamori thinking? At this time, he couldn't move, because Hinamori's arm was draped around him. Crap, and he was still in his captain's uniform, and in her futon. Actually, it was kind of warm, now that he thought about it. Maybe he could just wake up early in the morning and pretend it never happened. He closed his eyes and was about to drift off into dreamland, which he felt might be a bit weird tonight, when he felt Hinamori's arm shift slightly. Hinamori grabbed the top of his shoulder, and turned Hitsugaya around, until he was facing her. This was her dream, and she could do anything she wanted with it. She looked into the blushing captain's face. She leant in and kissed him passionately, leaving a shocked Hitsugaya with his eyes wide open, not to mention his mouth. I'm going to sleep now. She cuddled into him and closed her eyes. Ah, I love these dreams I've been having. If nothing can happen in real life, then at least, in my dreams, I can really love Shiro-chan. Hitsugaya just lay there, just hoping, that he could somehow get a tiny amount of sleep that night. A summer job, morning work meetings. Ah, captain's meeting. Boring as usual. Hitsugaya yawned quietly. At least everything seemed normal amongst the captains. Well, normal being the usual death threats from Zaraki to everyone in general, the annoying Weasley voice of Kuratsuchi Mayuri muttering to himself about how he was going to kick his stupid vice-captain Nimue for burning his breakfast, which by the way, wasn't her fault. Then there was loud depressing sighs from Kiraku Shunsui, still dreaming about his vice-captain. It was the only time he could without getting hit by her. Yukitake looking around the room absent-mindedly, Soi Fong, who stood up straight, serious, and looking annoyed as usual. Then there was, Hitsugaya looked further down the line. Kuchiki Byakuya looking as disdainful as he could in front of the First Division captain, Unohana who was looking as peaceful as usual, well, as peaceful as you can be, if a certain bloodthirsty 11th Division captain was growling out death threats to every other person in the room, although funnily enough, none of those threats were ever directed at her, Hitsugaya noted with a smirk. Then, of course, towering above the rest, was Sajin. Hitsugaya shivered. That wolf-fox guy was weird. Not to mention scary. And tall. Hitsugaya averted his gaze. There was that orange-haired guy that was somehow so annoying. The orange-haired captain turned when he felt someone gazing at him. And met ice-cold eyes. Well, actually he looked at some spiky whitish-blue hair, then realized who he was actually looking at. Ahem. The First Division captain cleared his throat, suspiciously louder than usual. It was hard to believe that this rowdy lot called themselves captains. Eventually the noise died down, and the captain started to pay attention. The old man sighed inwardly. Though the captains didn't know it, but the reason why he had to schedule the captains' meeting so early in the morning, was because they didn't settle down for about half an hour. So now the ruckus had died down. The old captain waited for complete silence, but there was something niggling in the back of his mind. He heard, snickering. His eyes shifted to the source of the sound, and saw the new captain, Kurosaki Ichigo, snickering like a little girl. He made his eyes flash dangerously, but the new captain just kept giggling away. IGM. Ichigo looked up from his snickering and looked around. Oh. They had actually started the meeting. He stifled his giggling and stood up straight, trying to keep a straight face. The old man sighed. That would have to do. Though, he wondered absent-mindedly, what would make Ichigo snicker like that. Let's start the meeting. Ichigo zoned out after that. He just couldn't help but remember last night, and the old man's voice was so boring. Flashback. It was getting late. They had passed the living quarters of the first 4 divisions, and they had paused at the vice-captain's quarters of the 5th division. Oi, Rukia, why did you stop here? Ichigo grumbled as he nearly bumped into the short Shinigami. She looked at him blankly. Go check on your vice-captain, idiot. Huh? He returned her blank stare. You're a captain. Captains always check on their vice-captains before the day ends. The day ended a long time ago, Rukia. Smack. Her fist met his chin. Ow, 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 okay. Ichigo rubbed his chin. Now that they were in Soul Society, her punches actually hurt a bit. Jeez. He grumbled. It was too late at night to argue, and even though he loved to argue with Rukia, he really wanted to sleep right now. He slid the door open a crack, then closed it. Okay, done. He straightened up. Can I go to sleep now? She kicked him in the back. Okay. I'll check. Properly. He mimicked in an annoyingly high voice. Which earned him another kick in the backside. This time he slid the door open more than just a crack. Yes, there was Hinamori, sleeping peacefully. Jeez. What did Rukia expect to find anyway? Her sprawled out on the floor, bleeding. Hold on. Was it his imagination, or did Hinamori look a bit larger than usual? Like, 2 lumps, of, people. 2 people. Ichigo took a step inside the room. He was about to take another step, when he was caught by Rukia. "What the heck are you doing?" she hissed. "You checked already, no need PRV on her." Whwa. Ichigo blinked. "PRV RT. Shut up. No. Loser. Friken Rukia. Leave it to her to think that he was perving on his vice-captain. But it was too late at night, and he couldn't give a stuff anymore. Look at her bed. Doesn't it seem kinda fake to you?" "Huh?" Rukia asked. This was weird. Ichigo didn't name-call her back. She looked inside the darkened room. She saw what he was wondering about. "See? That's why I was checking." He rolled his eyes. Yeah. She paused, one step inside the room. "Look, wait here, and I'll see what's going on." "We wouldn't want people to think you were perving on your vice-captain now, would we?" Ichigo groaned. Only Rukia would think something as absurd as that. Why would he want to check out his vice-captain anyway? For sure, he acknowledged that she was prettier than most other lady Shinigamis, but he held no interest in her whatsoever. And since it was so obvious to the rest of the court of pure souls that her jealous protector was that little brat of a captain, who, even though was a little brat, he was a strong little brat, that most people wouldn't want to mess with. Besides, he was knocked out of his train of thought when Rukia hissed at him. He looked into the room. And blinked. Rukia wasn't there. "Oi." She tugged his captain uniform from behind him. "I'm here, idiot." "Huh?" Ichigo whirled around. "Wadash. Let's go." She started walking away from the room. Rukia, did you check already?" Yes, I did, now let's go." Rukia had suddenly started acting strangely. Tired as he was, he knew he wouldn't get any sort of response from Rukia when she acted like this. "Ichigo. Just wait." Ichigo quietly stepped into the room and walked to the side of his vice-captain's futon. He looked, then before he started bursting into laughter, he quickly ran outside the door, as quietly as he could, closed it, then hurried over to where Rukia was standing. Ichigo would have awakened the whole Godiai 13 if it wasn't for Rukia's fast hand which clamped down over his mouth. She dragged the laughing Ichigo with her other hand to a safe distance and waited for him to calm down. "Finished yet?" Guys were so immature at these sorts of things. "Yeah." Then he started rolling on the floor in laughter. "Did you see the look on his face?" Yeah, get over it, Ichigo." Rukia frowned at him. "I thought it was sweet." "You what?" Rukia continued frowning down at him. Honestly, this guy acted so mature at times, and at others, acted so, friken childish. Okay, so the most widely spoken about couple in the court of pure souls were sleeping together, in a good way that is. And this was the first time she had seen them. Okay, she would allow herself a small giggle when she got to Byakuya's mansion, but that would be it. Only for the sake of Hitsugaya Taishu's face. No need to roll herself on the ground like this idiot in front of her. I can't believe they actually sleep together. They don't. Which was the wrong thing to say, Rukia immediately told herself. Oh. Ichigo's mouth curled up into a smirk. Don't even think about it, Ichigo. What? Don't what me? No blackmailing. She demanded. Yeah, good night. Ichigo picked himself up off the ground, and headed to his living quarters. Rukia looked at his back. That loser. He didn't even walk her home. But, she chuckled quietly to herself, that was probably because of her brother. End flashback. Okay. That's all for today. Yamamoto's sharp old voice cut through Ichigo's thoughts. Before you all leave, please remember to confirm your vice-captain's choice about going into the all-out competition for the remaining 2 vacant captain places. If there is anyone else wanting to try out, other than your respective vice-captain, just tell me. I will take care of all other Shinigamis wanting to try out. That is all. The captains shuffled out the door. Ichigo caught Hitsugaya's eye. Then cracked up laughing again. What? Hitsugaya scowled. Ichigo looked back at the white-haired genius. Oh, funny joke. The genius looked at the orange-haired captain, then strode off, his nose in the air. Ichigo was about to follow suit, well without the nose in the air bit, when he heard the old man say something. Kurosaki Taishu. Ichigo turned around to see Yamamoto speaking to him. Yes. Because I am concerned about your well-being, please refrain from letting your vice-captain try out for captaincy. Even though she may well have the skills and abilities to become a captain, the duels are, after all, life-threatening. Yamamoto looked at him. Ichigo looked back and blinked. So. I'm not taking part in it. Yamamoto smiled. Sometimes, humans could be so dense. Yes, I know that. However, if your vice-captain tries out, she will have her life on the line. Ichigo looked at the other captain. Did this guy think he was dumb? Yes, I know that as well. You just told me the duels were life-threatening, right? The old man's eyebrow twitched the tiniest bit. If, he grated out with much difficulty, she tries out, you may be in danger of your life. Huh? Ichigo blinked. The old man could feel some burning desire to fry this ignorant captain right here, right now, and, no pun intended. If, the old man's eyebrow twitched, she dies, a certain captain may not be very happy. You may have an unwanted fight in your hands. Who's this certain captain? Ichigo asked as innocently as he could. The room exploded into flames. Ichigo leapt backwards outside the room. Okay, I get you. He left the smoldering room. Geez, old man, can't even take a joke. He muttered under his breath. Of course I knew who it was, it's not like I'm dumb. Meanwhile, Yamamoto sat in the meeting room, clenching and unclenching his fists. Young Friday-ken hooligans these Friday-ken days. He then proceeded to mutter a collection of colorful profanities. Which was a lot, since he had been alive, well dead, but still alive, for an extremely long time. Hinamori walked out of her vice-captain meeting. Nothing new. She looked around, then decided to head off to her quarters to her new captain. As she was walking towards the 5th division she almost bumped into Hitsugaya. Oh, Shiro-chan. She immediately blushed. The white-haired captain looked up at his childhood friend. What? And don't call me Shiro-chan. He looked away to hide the slight tinge of red coming to his face. He left her room extremely early in the morning. There was no way she possibly knew about, and what about last night anyway? That had been on his thoughts ever since last night really. Shiro-chan, can I ask you something? Yes, but only if you would stop calling me Shiro Friday-ken-chan. Oh, what the hell was she gonna ask? She doesn't know. He chanted mentally. Hinamori giggled. Okay, Hitsugaya-kun. Hitsugaya looked at her, and arched an eyebrow. What? She doesn't know, but she kissed me. How could she not possibly know, when she kissed me? She blushed deeper. What were you doing in my room last night? The white-haired genius promptly fainted. A summer job, employing. The old captain sat there. Nothing new, just sitting. This time, however, he was thinking about a new matter. Who were there amongst the vice-captains whose skills could actually be considered captain level? The old man mused to himself. Well, there was his vice-captain, but Yamamoto knew that his vice-captain probably performed better as a vice-captain. The next one to come up was Jin's vice-captain. Kira. He could probably pass for a captain. Kira would be an okay choice. The problem was that if he knew Ban Kai already. The old captain shrugged. Probably not. The other vice-captains were pretty useless. Hinamori Momo was a formidable fighter, however putting her in the tournament would pose a very high threat to all those involved, thanks to the protectiveness of the 10th Division captain. Well, she was out. Anyway, she probably couldn't handle it, with Aizen's loss and all. Next up was Hitsugaya. The Shinigami that had been the most popular, and one of the strongest in his grade at the Shinigami Academy. He definitely was a candidate. His skills were sharp in all areas, he was brave, and had excellent leadership qualities. However, Yamamoto had heard a rumor that he had been beaten by the rank of 5th officer. When the old man had first heard that, he nearly fainted. A 5th officer beating a vice-captain? However, when he heard that the 5th officer was from the 11th Division, understanding dawned upon him. That 11th Division, under Zaraki Kenpachi, definitely had promise. Speaking of which, he had also heard rumors that Ichigo had achieved his Ban Kai. Ichigo was definitely going to be a candidate. He listed those names in his head that he needed to have a special talk to. Kira, Hitsugaya, and Ichigo. He sent his vice-captain to get them. Shiro-chan. Hitsugaya groaned. Shiro-chan. Someone was calling him. It was a sweet voice. Shiro-chan. This time Hitsugaya opened his eyes to look full in the face of Hinamori. He nearly fainted again. He thought Hinamori was beautiful. In the past few decades he would never admit it to himself. However, after those past few decades he had done some growing up. He now would allow himself to say that she was pretty. Only to himself, of course, no one else. That would take another couple of decades. Shiro-chan, what's wrong? Her eyes gazed down on him in concern. Gazed down on him? Why was she looking down on him, like he was lying down? Hitsugaya moved slightly, and felt where he was lying down. On her lap. Another near faint. Luckily, Hinamori chose that time to wave her hands in front of his face. Okay, I'm alive. Hitsugaya sat up slowly, reluctant to leave his position on Hinamori's lap. He sat up with his back facing towards her, remembering what she had asked that had made him faint. Hinamori looked at her childhood friend. Well, his back. Shiro-chan. What? Why? And don't call me that. Were you in my room last night? Hitsugaya's genius brain was ticking faster than the speed of light. He tried to conjure up all these excuses, but all that came to his mind was the pressure of her lips upon his. Hold on. This question she asked just now was a bit different to the one before. She blushed deeper. What were you doing in my room last night? Maybe, just maybe, there was some slim chance that she didn't know. Hitsugaya put on his best disbelieving voice and turned around. Hinamori, I wasn't in your room. Looking her straight in the eye, he said, dreaming of me, maybe? That was a flirting tone. Hinamori couldn't believe her ears. Shiro-chan, flirting. It was too good to be true. Maybe she had just interpreted it wrong. Hitsugaya looked up to see Hinamori's face light up temporarily, then cloud over. Oh. She looked, almost, sad. That's what it must have been. What must have been? She returned to her usual shy self. I had a dream about you. Oh. Hitsugaya stuttered. Okay, things were definitely getting out of hand. He had to say something, What was it about? Okay, so he had to say something but not that. Well. She didn't look him in the eye. I had a dream that you came to me. She paused. You were being very sweet. She blushed furiously. It just seemed so real, so I had to ask you, 'cause you know, how dreams sometimes seem so real, and, yeah, don't worry, it was just a dream. Hitsugaya nodded, he didn't know what to say. But he did know that he could not tell her that it wasn't a dream, because if he did, it would, it would, make things so awkward between them. People just don't walk up to some other person and go, "Oh, guess what, you know that dream you had about me and you kissing?" Yeah, well, it was actually real. That was just way too random. Not like he cared about him and Hinamori kissing. No, not at all. Anyway, I have to go now, Shiro-chan. She stood up. Stop with the Shiro-chan. He sighed, and stood up. They stood there for a moment. Hitsugaya felt relieved and ashamed at the same time. Relieved because Hinamori was just doing that stuff last night because she thought it was a dream, ashamed because he had lied to her. Oh, wow, Shiro-chan, you really are getting taller. Her sweet voice cut through his melancholy thoughts. Huh. He looked at her. Actually, it was true, he could see her whole face without having to crane his neck. Oh, yeah. And, you look a bit older. More, handsome. Hinamori giggled. Whatever. Hitsugaya strolled off casually, pretending not to care about her compliment, even though, for some unknown reason his heart was beating at an absurdly fast rate. He lifted one hand. Bye. Bye, Shiro-chan. A large drop of sweat formed rather quickly on the captain's head. She would never stop calling him that. But secretly, he liked it. There was no way that he was going to tell that to anyone. As he made his way to his office, he bumped into the orange-haired Shinigami. Watch where you're going, Kurosaki Taishu. Hitsugaya was still slightly annoyed at Ichigo for laughing at him for no particular reason. Everyone else, he could keep his cool. For some reason Ichigo just ignited his temper. Now, no need to talk dirty. Ichigo smirked. Imagine what would happen if, suddenly, the whole 10th Division found out where their captain really was last night. With that, the new captain swaggered off, noting with mild surprise that it had begun to snow. Hitsugaya, Kira, and Ikaku made their way to Yamamoto's quarters. Just as they were about to reach the undercover area, Ikaku swore. What's the deal with this snow? My head's cold. Well, don't shave it then, Baldy. I don't want to hear that from you, tattoo face. Shut up. It's art, not a tattoo. Art my butt. Yes, your butt, on your head. Kira looked at the two of them and sighed loudly. All he really wanted to do was concentrate on his emo haircut. That definitely rocked over these two guys' hair arguments. The two of them stopped their bickering and glared at the sire. Kira looked up at them. Pfft, don't include me in your lame arguments about hair. Mine is the best anyway. Your hair. Hitsugaya spluttered out. Well, excuse me for not having an emo haircut like yours. Ikaku joined in. It's not even dyed black. Just as Kira was about to release his Soul Slayer, Yamamoto motioned for them to come inside. I had originally desired to just give you guys a general conversation outside, but it seems we can't have that due to this unexpected weather. Yamamoto frowned. Probably some poor Shinigami that had tried to flirt with the 5th Division vice captain, and had unfortunately got caught. He nodded sagely to himself. That must be it. The three vice-captains followed the captain inside his quarters while glaring at one another. The reason why I have called you here should be obvious. Captain's positions. It was Kira who spoke up first. Nah, he wants us to clean the toilets. Ikaku answered in a bland voice. The vice-captains returned to listening mode. Anyway, which of you wants to become a captain? No one moved, or said anything for that matter. Even though they knew it was about the vacant positions, when asked the question they stood there, dumbstruck. Okay, let me ask it like this, stay here if you want to become a captain. Yamamoto watched as Kira and Ikaku started inching backwards towards the doorway. Zip. Kira and Ikaku were gone. Hitsugaya just stood there, wondering why the other two had left. Those two could have qualified as captains. This wasn't predicted. Oh well, the less people trying out, the easier. So, you want to be a captain, Hitsugaya? Yes, sir. Since your captain isn't here to enter you into the tournament, I shall see to it. The old man paused before saying, you may leave. Thank you, sir. The old man watched the vice-captain's retreating form. Let's see if you really can handle being a Gotei 13 captain. As soon as he was out the door, Hitsugaya flash-stepped to catch up to Ichigo and Kira. Guys, what's the deal? Ichigo and Kira slowed down. Kira spoke up first, while looking at the ground. I don't feel like I'm strong enough for the responsibility of captain. Hitsugaya shrugged. That was expected. But Ichigo probably was better than every single vice-captain in the whole Gotei, and, Hitsugaya knew, that somehow, Ichigo had gotten his Bankai. That was a sure ticket to captaincy. Well. My only wish is to serve under that man, Zaraki Kenpachi. Oh. Seeing the usually joking Ichigo so serious made him feel awkward. Well, be seeing you guys around. Renji yawned. That was such a boring vice-captain meeting. It was so boring, that even now, half an hour later, it got to him. He scowled, and kicked a rock along the footpath. He looked up to see where it went, then doubled over as the rock came flying back at him. What the foo? Tisk, tsk. Shouldn't kick rocks around, Renji. Renji grimaced, then grinned. Ouch. Damn it, Rukia, did you really have to kick it back that hard? Yes. Renji straightened up, then scratched the back of head. I'll never understand you, he muttered to himself. I can explain myself with the help of a few drawings. Okay, stop. Anything but her drawings. I understand you. Rukia grinned evilly. What do you have on today? She asked sincerely. Nothing, I was going to go visit our old place. Want to come? Sure. As they walked towards their childhood, Rukia made no mention that she actually had been there just the night before. Actually, just being there didn't really mean anything. Renji knew she visited by herself from time to time. However, if she happened to be with a captain named Kurosaki Ichigo, it would turn into an entirely different story. She laughed in spite of herself as they continued walking. Renji stopped and frowned at her. What's so funny? Nothing. Let's keep going. You. Yes, Aizen-sama. I want you to scout out that region once more. There is a girl there who I would like to assess. Certainly, Aizen-sama. Oh, and one more thing. Bring a friend. You might get hurt. Yes, Aizen-sama. This is the girl. Aizen took a picture out from beneath his robes. The Arrancar looked closely at the picture. Go. The Arrancar turned from the presence of Aizen. The former Shinigami captain just sat there, until a voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh my, now why would you be using the likes of him? Jin. It is not that difficult to retrieve a mere girl from the human world. She does, after all, have some amount of spirit power. Besides, if I send stronger Arrancars they would be detected by him. Whatever you say, boss. Come on, Rukia. Renji looked behind him to see his childhood friend merely strolling. Oh, please, since when did we have to run to this place? I'm not running. It's called a fast walking pace. Fast walking pace my foot. Shut up. Look, we're here. They reached the peak of the hill that overlooked Rukongai. Renji stretched. I haven't been here in ages. Rukia, at his side, was silent. She had practically just been here. Her eyes glanced over to the side where her and Ichigo had that stupid picnic. What was she thinking then? Actually, she wasn't really thinking about the picnic, she was more thinking of what she had done during the picnic. They had kissed. Oi, Rukia, stop drifting off. Renji's clear voice cut through her thoughts. Huh? Rukia realized that she was staring not at the remarkable view, but at a patch of grass beside them. That, of course, counted as weird behavior. Oh, yeah, I was just thinking about something. Renji shrugged. Rukia was still Rukia, even though at times she acted rather strangely. Even more so now, when Kurosaki Ichigo had come into their lives. The thought of Kurosaki Ichigo temporarily darkened his thoughts. Sure, Ichigo was a good friend, but there was one vital thing that stuck in the way of their friendship. Well, not a thing, but a person. Kuchiki Rukia. Before, when they used to go on these trips together, Rukia would pay him full attention, and he would try to show off to her, about how he was so strong, etc. Now that Ichigo had come into the picture, she would usually just stare off into the distance, as if remembering her times with Ichigo. When Ichigo left, last time, she had become a body, with no emotions, a person that couldn't quite get the kick in life. When Ichigo returned, however, it was like real, flowing, life just entered that dead body. DMN Ichigo. Rukia. Yes. This time she answered. She was painfully aware that their friendship had drifted further and further apart. She knew it was partly because of her. Do you? Renji didn't finish his sentence. He decided it would be too dangerous, way too dangerous. However, Rukia didn't say anything, obviously waiting for him to finish. He sighed inwardly. Do you, like Ichigo? Their question was out. Her response was quite a weird one. Rukia turned to him, looking all flustered, and a tinge of pink had appeared on her cheeks. What? She paused for a moment, lost for words. What makes you say that? DMN Rukia. He knew she'd avoid the question like this. I just was curious. Curious? Rukia was spluttering. She was in an awkward position. She knew, even though most people thought she didn't, that Renji harbored feelings towards her. She didn't want to hurt her childhood friend, so her response was, well, I don't like him. Renji turned his head to look at Rukia. She was such a good liar. Liar. What? I said, liar. He had been around her too long. This long, and he knew when she was lying, and when she was telling the truth. She definitely was lying. And even if he hadn't been around her for very long, he would have still called her a liar, because the way she acted when Ichigo was around, was very different from the way she acted around everyone else. Even though they fought a lot, it was still obvious. You didn't need to be a rocket scientist to see the chemistry between those two. Sometimes, Renji wished that you did have to be a rocket scientist. Rukia looked at her red-haired friend. What was he getting at? She opened her mouth to retort, but was cut off by a change of tone in Renji's voice. You know, I overheard a bit of your conversation with Kuchiki Taishu last night. Oh. That was it. The reason why Renji was being so weird today. That drat conversation. That's why I wanted to know. Flashback. The red-haired Shinigami tossed and turned in his bed. Frickin' hell, he growled to himself. For some reason he could not get to sleep. Like always, there was too much things on his mind. First off, there was Rukia. When you're about 150 years old you'd think that you'd get over a girl pretty quickly, right? Wrong. Renji thought about Rukia while he lay in his bed almost every single night. But this night, something else was bothering him. He just couldn't get to bed. After tossing and turning a little longer, Renji threw the covers off his futon and stomped outside for a walk. He walked aimlessly, and soon he found himself near the residence of his captain, Kuchiki Byakuya. Renji looked up at the huge mansion, then resumed his walk. Well, he tried to, and then stopped when he heard Byakuya's voice very clearly. Kuchiki Taishu was awake. Why are you late? The tone was so cold. But it was so obvious that there was some affection below that dark, I'm too good for everyone tone. That could only mean one thing. He was talking to Rukia. So Rukia returned home late, did she? Renji smirked. This was typical big brother treatment. But why did she return home late? I was with Kurosaki Taishu, Nii-sama. Oh. Ichigo, eh. Well, of course, who else would she be out so late with? Is that so? That was a statement. Not a question. Renji stood still outside the mansion, waiting to hear more. There was a brief moment of silence, then he heard Bayakuya continue. Why do you spend so much time with him, Rukia? Ni-sama, he is, my friend. Are you sure? What? Rukia stopped speaking for a moment. Oh, of course I'm sure he's my friend. Rukia. Think carefully. Is he more than just a friend? After that, he couldn't hear the rest of the conversation. Probably because Rukia had gone to her quarters. But what he heard. End flashback. Did you do what your brother had asked? Oh, so he had heard most of the conversation, even up to the point when her brother had asked her if she thought of Ichigo as more than a friend. Damn it. Why did Renji, of all people, have to hear the conversation between her and her brother? Yes. Her reply wasn't that clear, but Renji heard it anyway. Oh. Suddenly things seemed a bit awkward between them. Renji took a deep breath. He knew that she liked Ichigo. Even if she didn't know it herself, he knew, deep down, that she liked Ichigo. Well, what he was about to say now was useless, because of that guy. Rukia. Yes. She replied, not looking at him directly. I like you, he blurted out. If Rukia had looked at this situation at a different time, she would have thought to herself that it was about DMN time Renji told her. But now, with different circumstances, and Ichigo, what was she to say? Thankfully she was saved, because Renji hadn't finished. I know this won't accomplish anything, because of him, but I'm just telling you this because, I thought you needed to know. Renji stopped. What he seriously wanted to say was that he frickin' liked her, and that he was hopelessly jealous of Ichigo. Renji. Silence. Both parties didn't know what to say. Rukia had always imagined that when Renji confessed to her, she would gently take him in his arms and tell him that she felt the same way too. After all, she did like him, but now. Tell me, Renji broke her thoughts again and she was about to break his heart. Well, she already had. The answer to your brother's question. Rukia opened her mouth to say, no, of course I don't like Ichigo more than a friend. What the hell do you think I am, liking some stupid mortal? Before she could, however, Renji grabbed her by the shoulders and looked her in the eye. You don't need to lie to me, Rukia. A pause. It hurts me more. Rukia felt sorry for her friend. Basically all she could do now, was tell him. But, she was not telling him the answer to her brother's question. Instead what she said was, sorry. Another pause. Sorry, Renji. I can't, return your feelings. Renji let go of her shoulders. He laughed harshly. Idiot, I know. He didn't say the next few words, because he knew she would vehemently deny it. It's him, isn't it? Instead, he waited for another few moments to pass by. You better have feelings for Ichigo. It was a statement. Questioning her about it was useless. And you better let him know, or else. But, what, about you? Rukia managed to get the words out. Renji laughed harshly again, although a bit softer this time. Don't worry about me, Rukia. As long as you're happy, then I'm happy. Which was a lie, though some of it was true. Of course, when Rukia was happy, he was happy, but this particular time, being happy with Ichigo, he just couldn't take it, but at least he could hide it. If he treats you badly, just tell me. I'll kill him. With that, Renji turned his back on her. Sayonara. Rukia just stood there, looking at his disappearing back. She didn't know what to say. Her best friend had read her completely. And, he had used that word. Sayonara. A sad, sad, farewell, with sad, sad music playing in her head. As she watched him go, tears started to fall. She didn't want to make her best friend feel like this. Renji, she screamed out, in an attempt to make him stop, even though, she knew she couldn't do anything. The red-haired stopped momentarily. He then kept walking, just walking. He felt a slight dampness on his cheek. He looked up at the sky. It was clear. A few minutes later a messenger appeared right in front of him, kneeling, with a scroll clasped in his right hand. Abarai Renji, you are required to report to the meeting hall immediately. Renji looked down at the messenger. He took the scroll offered. The messenger looked up to see the red-haired Shinigami's response. He wasn't there. That must have been a serious message then. He stood up, about to leave, when he saw a raven-haired Shinigami walking slowly down the road. Ah, that was IchigoRukia. He remembered what he had been told. Vice Captain Renji and IchigoRukia have left on a trip of some sort. Find them, and tell them that they need to report to the meeting hall immediately. This was great. He didn't need to look for the girl after all. IchigoRukia. You are required to report to the meeting hall immediately. With that the messenger disappeared. Rukia looked up, and wiped the tears from her eyes. Why not a hell butterfly? This must be important. Renji opened up the scroll once again, while flash stepping to get to the meeting hall faster. What he read disturbed him greatly. 2 Arrancar have been confirmed in the real world. Details will be provided at the emergency meeting. It seemed that they were making another move. A summer job, Operation TA, Part 1. Silence. The old man's voice did not change tone, but for some reason all the Shinigamis assembled quietened down. Probably because it was an emergency meeting and the old man never called emergency meetings unless, well, it was a real emergency. Like those times when Matsumoto had to be rushed to the 4th Division because of lack of oxygen one particular afternoon, when she accidentally slept on her stomach, and well, her large assets proved to be a weapon, yet again. Sure, that was an emergency, but Yamamoto only called these meetings when something big was up. The old man opened his mouth to speak, when Renji, the vice captain of the 6th Division arrived. He quickly walked to his spot next to Byakuya, who looked like he was about to kill his vice captain for being tardy. The reason why we are gathered here. He was cut off again by the entrance of another Shinigami, IchigoRukia. The old man noted with mild astonishment that Renji didn't even look up when Rukia entered the room. Of all of the people in Soul Society, Renji was the one that would always be the first one to know when Rukia was around, when she was coming, when she was going, etc. Something, this time, was definitely wrong between the 2 best friends. However, there were more important things going on rather than the relationship between the 2 Shinigami. Yamamoto cleared his throat, and acknowledged the 2 Shinigami. You all know the reason why we are gathered here. Since we do not have much time, I will make this brief. Yamamoto paused momentarily and quickly scanned the room. Good. Everyone that needed to be here was here. As you know, 2 Arrancar have been confirmed in the real world. The questions we need to ask ourselves are these: how strong are they? And who is going to go defeat them? These 2 questions interrupted the sharp silence that had pervaded the room. The once quiet meeting hall now turned into a flurry of questions, mutterings, and yelling. The old man sighed and closed his eyes, but his ears heard a lot of things. Arrancar's hey. I don't care, as long as they are strong enough to cut me. That must have been Zaraki, the old man thought. Zaraki, sometimes, even scared him. Actually, Kenpachi, I would advise against putting yourself in such difficult positions. It has become quite a chore for me to heal you continuously. Some of the other members present grinned. Unohana Taishu definitely was a good thing for the bloodthirsty 11th Division captain, Yamamoto decided. I'm going. No one try to stop me. My family is there. Definitely his new captain, Kurosaki Ichigo. Pfft, as if you'll be enough to take out those Arankar. I bet you couldn't even take out one of them, a sneering voice proclaimed. Renji Abarai, the old man declared to himself. The only one who would reply to Ichigo like that. Renji. Do not use such a provocative tone. It is unbecoming of you. The infamous statue, Kuchiki Byakuya. Yes, Kuchiki Taishu. Yes, oh, yes. More, experiments. Ugh. That captain. Kuratsuchi Mayuri. The old man didn't even want to know what actions accompanied those words, though he did suspect it would be something along the lines of drooling, and crazy eye movements. That last statement made everyone go silent. Boomf. I don't care. The genius, and shortest captain, Hitsugaya Tushuru, had finally broken the awkward silence. I want to go as well. This could, well, clear some things up for me, a young female voice piped up. The old man's eyebrows rose a little. Hinamori. Actually, on second thoughts, I definitely want to come. The old man smirked inwardly. It was funny how the 5th Division vice-captain had such a strong influence on the Shinigami nicknamed Genius. After hearing, and laughing silently to himself, a few more random comments made by the Shinigami Yamamoto decided to stop the rowdy lot. It was just as well he did, because Zaraki had almost chopped off Byakuya's head, for telling him that the Arankars wouldn't fall prey to someone who didn't even know the name of his own sword. After calming the captains and vice-captains down, with the help of a blast of his sword, the old man said, the power of the Arankars would probably equal that of a vice-captain. Disappointment ran through the crowd. Zaraki looked like he was about to sink into the ground. Because of this power, I am going to send 2 vice-captains to eradicate the Arankar. The vice-captains looked at each other. I am also going to send a supervising captain. This time the captains looked at one another. They got what the old man was telling them to do. You probably have figured out by now, but I have wanted to test our vice-captains to see if they are capable of making a captain. This scenario is the perfect test. The captains looked at one another, again. This meant the boring job of sitting and watching vice-captains fight. Since the gap between vice-captain and captain was usually huge, the captains were all reluctant to take the boring job. Before the old man could choose, Renji spoke up. I'm going to go, Yamamoto Taishu. With that the vice-captain turned his heel and walked out of the meeting room. Yamamoto looked at the young man's retreating back, but he didn't fail to notice the quick, sad glance that IchigoRukia gave Renji. Something must have happened between those two. Well, that's one. Yamamoto looked around. The next vice-captain please. As soon as he said this, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the most interesting turn of events unfold. Hinamori started to raise her hand, but Hitsugaya Toshiro, with his lightning-quick reflexes, accidentally tripped and fell onto her, which stopped her hand from raising up. Instead she tried to catch him. Meanwhile Hitsugaya wasn't even looking at Hinamori, he was concentrating on the vice-captain closest to him, other than Hinamori. Hitsugaya was pointedly glaring at him, and giving him sharp kicks in the leg. The poor vice-captain melted underneath Hitsugaya's cold stare and resignedly put his hand up. When Hinamori had straightened up, Hitsugaya apologized to her, and quickly nudged the other vice-captain. I. The vice-captain looked down at the glaring captain. I want to go. The vice-captain that had been manipulated for Hitsugaya's own personal gains, i.e. keep Hinamori safe, was none other than Hisagi. When Hisagi had noticed the white-haired prodigy's lame excuse for a trip, he wondered what on earth was Hitsugaya thinking. Oh no. Why did he have to be the closest vice-captain at the time? The prodigy's glare was enough. It said, go volunteer before Hinamori. Or else I'll kill you, DMN that brat, cornering him into going. Most of the other Shinigami in the meeting chuckled silently to themselves. The old man sighed. At least it was an attempt to be subtle. But, on the other hand, the person that had fallen under Hitsugaya's death glare was none other than Hisagi Fukateko, one of the vice-captains he actually wanted to test. So, the old man didn't say anything, merely let out an amused smile. Okay, that vice-captain bid is settled. Now. The old man looked meaningfully around the room. All the other captains seemed to shrink back. No captain wanted the boring job of watching a vice-captain level battle. Hitsugaya Taishu will be the supervising captain. Any questions? He expected the short captain to disagree immediately with him, but to his surprise the white-haired genius didn't say anything. He almost looked sad, the old man thought. Like he was ashamed of something. Well, now wasn't the time to be thinking of such trivial matters. Hitsugaya could sort it out himself. Wait. The Shinigamis whirled around to see Kurosaki Ichigo standing there, anger written over his face. I want to go. The old man's eyes did not burn with fire. Instead, it took on a form of understanding. No. His voice was soft, but firm. The Arankars are only vice-captain level. You are not needed. Instead, you should stay here and learn your duties as a captain. The orange-haired captain clenched his fists. He opened his mouth to say something, but the old man cut him off. Remember who is your boss, Kurosaki Ichigo. A few moments of silence passed. Finally Ichigo started to calm down, but, the old man noted with light amusement, it was only because a certain petite Shinigami had placed her hand on his clenching fist. Thank goodness he had decided to bring Rukia along to the meeting. Things could have gotten nasty. Okay. The meeting is over. You are all dismissed. As the captains and vice-captains turned to go, the old man said softly, don't get too comfortable. They have definitely started making their move. The only Shinigamis that were left was Hitsugaya, Hisagi, and Renji, who just leaned against the outside wall of the meeting hall. As of now, this mission will be referred to as Operation TA, the old man focused on Hisagi. I'm expecting something from you, Vice Captain. Let's go, Renji's voice called from outside. The sun had begun to set. It's getting late. The three Shinigami leaving caused quite a crowd, which was quite unbelievable. Why would such a parting cause such a large leaving party? Hitsugaya looked around. The leaving party consisted mostly of young women. The short captain raised an eyebrow at his two companions. Renji looked totally out of it, while his other companion, Hisagi, looked like a tomato. Oi! What the hell is this all about? Hitsugaya didn't like crowds. Especially ones that consisted of sobbing girls. Hisagi looked down at the captain. Every time I go somewhere on a mission, these people seem to follow me when I leave. And they seem to know every time I leave. So, they're your fan club? No, just. You're lame. No, Hitsugaya Taishu. Go on, go get kissed and hugged by one of those bawling girls over there, Hitsugaya gestured to the crowd. I won't look. Promise. The short captain added with a sneer. Hisagi was about to answer, but he saw the smaller captain become engulfed in flurry of black. Shiro-chan. The flurry of black was none other than Hinamori. The bawling fanclub became silent. Now this was going to be interesting. You didn't tell me you were leaving so soon. Hinamori was oblivious to the ogling group of girls behind her. Hitsugaya wished he was oblivious as well. What? Why should I tell you if I was leaving? And don't call me Shiro-chan. The group of girls behind Hinamori had started to whisper amongst themselves. No doubt to spread the latest gossip about. His train of thought just derailed as he felt Hinamori hugging him. You should tell me if you're going to leave because we're best friends, Shiro-chan. This immediately sent the group of girls behind her into a bunch of squealing fits. This was such a romantic scene. Hinamori and Hitsugaya were so cute together. What was with these girls? They couldn't get any more mental than this, Hitsugaya thought with a red face, still in Hinamori's embrace. Actually he was wrong. He felt Hinamori break their embrace, but she stopped halfway. He temporarily wondered what she was doing, then felt something soft press against his cheek. Before he realized it, Hinamori had taken herself out of the embrace, she had kissed him on the cheek, and, the frickin' group of girls behind her had seen the whole frickin' thing. A few girls had swooned, and another few were jumping around, others were screaming their heads off, etc. Hitsugaya felt someone staring at him. Hard. He turned and saw Hitsugaya smirking. Suddenly the temperature dropped. Say one thing. And I will kill you. Hitsugaya decided that his life was nice, but inwardly he was screaming with laughter. Ha 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 ha. The tough little captain of the 10th Division had just told him to go kiss and hug with a girl, and then Hinamori walked up and did that exact same thing to Hitsugaya. Oh, the laughter he kept stored inside would kill him, unless the angry captain didn't kill him first. Hitsugaya eyed the other vice-captain to check if he was laughing, but it looked like Renji was in another world of his own. Suddenly, the vice-captain's eyes opened, and walking through the crowd, was Rukia, accompanied by Ichigo. Hitsugaya frowned. Having Renji like this just before a mission could endanger things. He watched as Rukia and Ichigo made their way in front of Renji. Ichigo walked straight up to Renji and grabbed his GI. If you let any of my family die, or any of my friends die, don't even think about coming back. I'll kill you. Hitsugaya noted with some satisfaction that the excitement of the female fans had died down with the obvious tension that was in the air. Renji grinned and grabbed Ichigo's GI. Don't worry. I'm not as weak as you. Ichigo grinned back at him, then they pushed each other off. However, Rukia didn't say anything, Ichigo noted. Usually she would be between them, screaming that they break up whatever fight they were going to get into. Also, Renji's voice was unusually weak, it was lacking a fighting spirit. What was wrong with these two? Did something happen? Rukia finally looked up. Goodbye Renji. Yeah. Goodbye. Renji didn't look at her, but looked to the side. Ichigo looked at both of them. Something was definitely wrong. He was about to ask Rukia what was wrong, but Yamamoto appeared. Let us commence Operation TA. Yes sir. A summer job, responsibilities. Kuchiki Rukia looked up at her friend. Needless to say, he was seething angrily. But, knowing her orange-haired companion, he was bottling it all up inside. He had done that before, she thought. Like the time when Nii-sama and Renji had come to retrieve her from the real world. He fought like anything, and when he lost, he had mostly kept quiet, keeping all those feelings inside of him. She was worried. What would happen to Ichigo if something did happen to his family? You need a break. Huh? Ichigo looked down at his Shinigami friend. Her hair was so soft and glossy that the light from the sunset shone from her head. I said, you need a break, Rukia stated plainly. What? Why would I need a break? Look at you. You're having a big cry just because you didn't go. Ichigo looked down at her in surprise. How did she know he was feeling a bit sore because he didn't get caught? He thought he was masking it pretty well. Rukia sighed. If he thought that he was masking the fact that he really wanted to go to the real world to fight the Arancars, he was seriously wrong. Okay, maybe to a normal person he would just seem like he was like that normally, but Rukia was far from normal. She had lived most of her life next to the Kuchiki Byakuya aka brick wall. She was good at reading people's emotions, as you would when the person you lived with conveyed his emotions once every 100 years. When Ichigo didn't say anything, she sighed inwardly. Come on, how about you come with me to have tea with Nii-sama? That'll surely calm you. She didn't finish her sentence, or rather couldn't. She was interrupted by a spluttering, red-faced Ichigo. What? How the hell would that calm me down? Are you crazy? Ichigo had perfected the art of stuttering while shouting. I'm joking, she answered him with a blank face. Jeez. Boomf. Ichigo turned his head away from her. DMN woman. First, she tells him that he needs a break. Why the hell would he need a break when it was only his second day on the job? And now, she tells him that a good break would be to hang out with Bayakuya, that frickin' emotionless brother of hers. Who, he had a bad feeling, didn't like him very much, nothing to do with Ichigo beating him in battle though. Rukia looked at Ichigo in disbelief. Okay, he definitely needed a break. Soul Society and its duties must have been too stressful for him. She stifled a giggle as she saw Ichigo's face. Orihime was right. He really did have a funny face. Okay, seriously, do you want to go to one of the lakes in Soul Society? Ichigo blinked. A lake? Rukia smiled, her most innocent smile. Yep. No. With that Ichigo started walking again. Aw, come on Ichigo, it's really cool. Ichigo looked at her again. Rukia. It's a lake. I know. It's great, isn't it? Something clicked. Rukia, how many lakes does Soul Society have? Only, but there's one near the Court of Pure Souls. And I really want to go. She was pleading him now. She actually did want to visit the lake sometime, but since it was so far away, she could hardly get the time off to do it. However, she could bring Ichigo, since whenever she was with Ichigo she felt like she could just break all the rules. So, you're telling me that in the whole of Soul Society there is only 3 lakes? Yep. Ichigo's sweat dropped. Have you ever seen one before? Nope. Ichigo sighed. So what you're saying is, you want me to come with you? Yep. Jeez. This girl could be so annoying. But for some reason, Ichigo didn't refuse. Okay, I'll come. Yay. Ichigo gave her a blank look. If you speak like that again, I won't come. Fine, Rukia glared at him, but inside she was secretly happy that Ichigo had decided to go with her. What about Mr. Big Guy? Who? You know, that old guy with a beard, and he's a captain. Oh. We won't tell him, she replied with a mischievous grin. Ichigo looked away. And what about your brother? We won't tell him either. Ichigo's sweat dropped. This girl was crazy. And he was crazier for going along with her stupid plan. In his whirlwind of thoughts he forgot to ask her how long it took to get to the stupid lake. So, when do we leave? Now. What? It's like, nearly dark. Ichigo looked at Rukia carefully. She was feeling all right, wasn't she? So, she looked back at him, her eyes sparkling. Ichigo just let out an invisible air bubble. Bayakuya sat at his desk, mentally recounting the events that had just occurred. What were those 2 Aaronkar for? Ugh. He couldn't think properly in the confines of his room. With that stray thought, he put on his captain coat and walked outside for a stroll. He came across the garden area of his estate when he heard voices that seemed strangely familiar. Kurosaki Ichigo, with Rukia. We have to walk. Ichigo asked her in disbelief. Don't you guys have any other form of transport here? Get over it, you lazy bum. Not lazy. Just that it would frickin' help if we had a frickin' car. A car? Ichigo, you're underage anyway. Shut up. Those rules don't apply here. Bayakuya frowned. Arguing as usual. But somehow, those two, they seemed to care greatly for one another. It was the weirdest relationship ever. They bickered, and bickered, but somehow there was a twinge of affection, that people never failed to notice. Hence the reason why they were the second most popular item in the Court of Pure Souls. Bayakuya made a mental note to talk to Kurosaki Ichigo sometime about his, Ichigo's, relationship with his sister. He also wanted to talk about Ichigo's use of profanities. He didn't want his sister going around with a guy like that. Maybe now would be a good time. As he was about to reveal himself to the pair, a presence behind him made him turn around, and grip his sword. It couldn't be. We're in Nai-sama's grounds. Bah, Ichigo looked away. Just 'cause you couldn't think of a good comeback. He received a good punch in the jaw after that. Even so, he kept quiet until they were out of the estate. Kuchiki Taishu. Why on earth would someone like him be here? Yamamoto Taishu, Byakuya replied without breaking pace. We need to talk. Of course. Please come inside. When they were inside, and seated, Byakuya asked, what is it that you want to speak to me about? Several things. The old man looked at him. But mainly about the upcoming captaincy contest. Excuse me for asking, but why are you asking me? I wanted to take a look at the garden. If Byakuya was a normal person he would have fallen off his seat. If they were sitting on seats, that is. However, he was not a normal person and his expression did not change. I see. Actually, I'm talking to you because you are the captain of the person that is surely the favorite of the competition. Abarai Renji. After lingering in a few moments of silence, Byakuya said, I am aware of that. The first division captain looked at Byakuya carefully. What I want to ask you is this, do you think he is ready? The words hung in the air. Lucky that Renji wasn't about that particular moment because he would have died from what his captain had said. Yes, he is more than ready, Byakuya paused. He has achieved his Bankai, and fights to a level that is above most other vice-captains. I would, however, question his manners and attitude more than anything, but that is all. The old man smiled. That was probably the closest to praising someone that Byakuya could get. I see. The old man closed his eyes. There is one other person that is trying out, that I believe may catch your interest. Hitsugaya. The old man nodded. He is strong enough. Is that all? The old man asked. Surely, there must be something more. That is all. However, I think you should be more concerned about her. Hinamori Momo. Yes. She has enough power to become captain. And there are certain rumors that she is training to achieve her Bankai. If Hinamori actually did try out, and she got hurt, it might bring winter to Soul Society. I'm hoping that she doesn't, since Hitsugaya Taishu seems extremely protective of her. Byakuya looked up. There was something in the old man's voice when he said the words, extremely protective. Like another captain I know. Yamamoto Taishu. You know what I'm talking about, Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Rukia. I know you arranged for her to not become a seated member of her division. However, her skills and power are greatly needed. The old man paused, noting the glint in Byakuya's eyes. I'm not forcing anything. I'm just saying that it's about time you gave her the position she deserves. The old man straightened. Thank you for your time. With that, Yamamoto walked to the open door, but before he left he whispered softly, but Byakuya heard it. His fists clenched as the old man left, but he knew that he was right. What if she tries out for captaincy? Then what would you do? DMN that old man. DMN him for being right. Flashback. Are you sure you want this, Bayakuya? Yes. Okay. I know it's none of my business, but may I just ask, why? Aside from the fact that a seated position is a lot more dangerous. Surely there is something more. Kuchiki Byakuya turned from the other captain. Because, Yukitake Taishu, I don't want her to feel that big responsibility that comes with a seated position. End flashback. The other captains knew of it, but none spoke of it openly. They knew that Kuchiki Rukia was strong enough to gain a seated position. They also knew that somehow Byakuya had stopped her from gaining any position. His thoughts turned to the orange-haired Shinigami named Kurosaki Ichigo. However, with him in the picture, maybe it was time she learned a little responsibility. Flashback. Why are you late? I was with Kurosaki Taishu, Nii-sama. Is that so? Why do you spend so much time with him, Rukia? Ni-sama, he is, my friend. Are you sure? What? Rukia stopped speaking for a moment. Oh, of course I'm sure he's my friend. Rukia. Think carefully. Is he more than just a friend? Ni-sama, she replied softly, it's just a close friendship. She turned to go upstairs. Rukia, that is not the truth. He watched her stop at the first step of the staircase. Rukia. Do not let me hold you back from your true feelings. He watched her ascend slowly up the stairs, and then he slowly got up and opened a cabinet near him. Am I doing the right thing? He lingered a moment before closing the cabinet. His Anna. End flashback. Byakuya sat there, the minutes ticking away with his mind. If Rukia achieved some sort of position, she would feel the responsibility weighing down on her shoulders. But, maybe that would be good for her, Bayakuya decided. With the weight of responsibility, she would definitely figure out whether her feelings for the temporary 5th Division captain was real or not. Because, if her feelings were real, the responsibility and problems that came with a position in the Godai 13 would be nothing compared to the responsibility and problems that just being together with him brought. But it would prepare her, even if only a little bit. She was, after all, a Shinigami, and he, a human. A summer job, business trip, Part 1. Night had fallen on Seoul society. Ichigo looked down at his friend. She was walking, as if oblivious to anything in the world. Except, he knew she wasn't. No matter how she tried to hide it, he knew something was up. Rukia. Rukia answered, without looking up. Seriously, she was so short, and Ichigo was too tall, it wasn't worth craning her neck. You know, before. When you said that I was having a cry because I couldn't go. This time she looked up. Yeah. Well, it's not like I just wanted to go fight, just so you know, he finished hurriedly. That was all he wanted to tell her. Geez, did this guy think she was dumb? It was so obvious why he wanted to go. She knew he wasn't bloodthirsty or anything, so what was he trying to get at? Ichigo looked away, before starting again, I was just worried, about Yuzu and Karen. Rukia smiled to herself. Even before, Ichigo had been so protective of his little sisters, even though he never said anything. He usually expressed his protectiveness in actions. Now, that he couldn't really express his feelings in actions, since he couldn't go, all that was left was expressing his feelings in verbal form, something that they both knew he wasn't good at. You know. Ichigo turned back to look at her. I wanted to go as well. Huh? Ichigo looked at her, dumbfounded. Why on earth would she want to go? Something clicked. Renji. Rukia looked up at her orange-haired friend, and saw a look of jealousy sweep across his face. He then turned away. Jealousy? Where did that come from? Idiot. I wanted to go help your family as well. She looked back up at him for understanding. Sure enough, that look she saw a moment ago was replaced by understanding, and a bit of relief. What had he been jealous about? Oh. Ichigo, for once, was at loss for words. That reminds me. I haven't thanked you properly for saving my family that night. Idiot. You have. I did? Ichigo asked, bewildered. When did I? You saved my life. How much more proper can you get? Ichigo grunted. You know what I mean. But he didn't pursue the matter. Rukia really was great. She honestly had wanted to help his family. Suddenly his aspect of her changed. Sure, she was a good friend, even if he wouldn't admit it to himself, but anyone wanting to save his family deserved a high amount of respect. If Rukia wanted to help then. His thoughts trailed off into the silence. They had been walking for about 20 minutes, but Ichigo felt like it was hours. They hadn't spoken since, but the silence they basked in was comfortable, not awkward. Rukia. Yeah. She asked, not looking up. How long till this stupid lake anyway? She kept her head down and mumbled something barely audible. Oh, haha, very funny, Ichigo replied sarcastically. 2 days. Yep, you're funny. Rukia didn't say anything. Ichigo slowly backed away from her and deadpanned. Please tell me that was a joke. Rukia kept her head down. Ichigo just inhaled and exhaled. 2 frickin' days. Ichigo finally let it out. Are you telling me it takes 2 days to get to this stupid lake? Well, you didn't ask before, did you? She retorted. And you said you'd come. Yeah, I know I said I would come, I thought you said it was close. It is close. And stop shouting. I'm right in front of you. Ichigo deadpanned for the second time. I'm in front of you as well. She looked away. Ichigo let out a rather large breath of air. I'm going back. What? She turned to look at him, this time. I said, I'm going back. He met her gaze, squarely in the eye. Why? Because. It. Takes. 2 days. That's. Why. Ichigo managed to grit through his teeth. Seriously, what were they supposed to do for food, water, and sleep? Just sleep outside? Oh come on, Ichigo. Please. No. He looked away from her, there is no way, that I am going to. 1, we don't even have food. 2, we don't even have water. 3, we don't have a place to stay the night. And 4, it takes 2 days. Did you even think about this before we left? Ichigo was waving his hands around in the air, looking exasperated. Rukia stifled a giggle. It wouldn't do to laugh while he was obviously in the middle of something important. Well, I can get water, and food, off someone I know. Also, I know a place to sleep. She looked him in the eye. Happy now? What about the 2 days bit? Men. When it got down to it, they were all the same. Oh, yes Ichigo, I'll just move the whole frickin' lake a bit closer. Why don't you do that then? Fine. Her voice suddenly returned to normal. You can go back. Good. I will, and he turned around. I just wanted to go, because I needed a break, and I thought it would be good if you came. Ichigo froze. There was real sadness in her tone. Even if he was Ichigo, he could still tell that something was wrong. Something between her and Renji maybe. He remembered that the 2 childhood friends had been rather silent when they said goodbye. He decided. Fine. Actually, I feel like I need a break, he lied. Seriously, why did he always end up following this girl? He turned around in the direction they had been going, and because he kept his face looking the other way he missed the small smile that glanced across her features. They settled back into silence. It was some time before Ichigo broke it. So, you going to tell me where we're supposed to get food and all that? Rukia stayed silent for a while. For a minute, Ichigo thought that she had just made that stuff up on the spur of the moment. Like that other time when she tried to cook dinner, when Isshin, Yuzu, and Karen were away. He had asked her if she had used all the correct ingredients and she quickly assured him that she had used all the correct things. Ichigo had been sick for a week after that. Before he got a chance to accuse her of lying she spoke. Well, I have a friend that lives around here, well, hopefully she's still here. She likes to move around a lot, but last time I checked she was around here somewhere. Pfft. After walking another 10 minutes, Rukia's face lighted up. Yes. She is here. Ichigo looked in front of him, and grimaced. No way. It was her. Kukaku Shiba slammed down the jug of sake in front of her, causing the wooden floor to shake visibly. Oi! Bring more. Her younger brother cringed. Elder sisters were scary. She glared at him. Did you just think something bad about your older sister? Definitely. Definitely scary. No, not at all. He watched horrified, as she took out one of her throwing knives. Get. My. Sake, she growled. Why yes. The younger brother ran to the door, and promptly ran into the orange-haired Shinigami that we know so well. The hell, he said rubbing his head. That's my line. Look where you're running. Ichigo, he looked up and grinned. You a-hole. You looking for a fight, Big Nose? You looking to lose again, Carrot Top? Pfft. Ichigo looked away. Then nearly died of fright when he saw the fast-approaching dagger make its way above Ganju's head. He jumped back, flattened himself against the wall, and the knife struck just above him. Ichigo looked above him and saw the handle of the knife quivering. As soon as he got over his initial shock, he jumped from the wall. What the hell are you doing, woman? Are you trying to kill me? You're stopping Ganju from getting my sake. Move it, she sounded almost bored. You could have just asked politely, he said underneath his breath, looking annoyed, as you do when someone throws a knife at you. But he made way for Ganju, and leaned against the doorframe. And nearly died for the second time when two sharp knives appeared extremely close to his neck. What the hell was that for? I let your stupid brother go. The first one was for leaning on the doorframe. The second was for mumbling, she said in the same bored tone. Ichigo slowly knelt down, and then collapsed on the floor. Being used as a knife target just wasn't working with him. Oh, hello Kuchiki-san, her tone suddenly changed to a happy, cheery tone as she saw Rukia standing at the doorway, looking bored, as if this sort of thing was expected. Hello Shiba-san. Rukia replied in the same happy, cheery voice as Kukaku acknowledged her. Meanwhile, the mass of black on the floor, formerly known as Ichigo, sweat dropped. About 5 minutes later, when Ichigo had recovered, and Ganju had brought back the requested sake, there was some form of order in the room. Well, if you didn't count the knives sticking out of the walls, and Ichigo and Ganju, who were participating in a glare-to-the-death contest. So, what brings you two here? Kukaku asked, obviously directing her question to Rukia, as the two men still hadn't finished their glare-to-the-death contest. Oh, nothing much, just going to visit Akinaru. This statement made Ichigo pop out of the glare-to-the-death contest, so by default Ganju won. Hey! I thought we were going to that stupid lake. Ichigo asked, ignoring Ganju, who was currently glaring daggers at him for forfeiting. The two females sweat dropped simultaneously. Ganju was too busy glaring at Ichigo to notice Ichigo's stupid mistake. What? Ichigo asked, genuinely puzzled. Rukia sighed, and rubbed her temples. Kukaku noticed this, and said, Look, why don't you two boys play outside? But Ichigo zipped his mouth shut when he saw the Shiba clan's member pull out a throwing knife from behind her. Both him and Ganju were outside the room in 0.0003 seconds. They both leaned on each side of the doorway, breathing heavily. They looked at each other, and the same thought passed through each of their minds. Let's get out of here. Which was fortunate, because the moment they leaped off the wall, knives appeared where they just had been leaning. They had forgotten that she didn't like people to lean on her walls. The two men stood outside, not saying anything, which was a change. I don't understand women, Ichigo mumbled under his breath. Ganju turned at the sound of his voice. Ha! So you are a man after all. Ichigo shot him a glare. Shut up. After a few moments of silence, he spoke up again. Well, see, first Rukia tells me that we're going to a lake. Now she wants to go to some place called. He scratched his head, trying to remember what she had said. Akinaru? Huh? How did you know? Idiot. Akinaru's the name of the lake. The hell? See, I told you I don't understand women. No, you're just geographically stupid. And you have a big nose. Hey. You leave my nose out of this. We can't. It's too big. Akinaru, hey. Rukia looked at Kukaku. Yeah, I guess I just needed a break. Pfft. You don't fool me, woman, Kukaku retorted. Huh? What do you mean? Rukia tried her best to look puzzled. Rukia's puzzled look didn't work, well at least not on Kukaku. She was, after all, a woman as well. Then why did you bring him along? Oh. Rukia looked down at the floor. What, you like him or something? She took another gulp of her sake. At this moment, Rukia found the floor tiles extremely interesting. No, it's just that. The other woman waved her hand. Don't worry. I don't care. Now tell me what you need. Rukia, thankful for the change in subject, quickly raised her head. A bit of food, water, and a change of clothes, since if we stay at any inns. She trailed off. Yeah, people around here don't exactly love Shinigami. You left some stuff here from your last visit. But, she added as she eyed the folded clothes skeptically, you sure you want to wear this? Rukia giggled. Yeah, it's okay. Even if it looks weird, it's what the humans wear. Humans, hey? The other woman asked slyly, since when were you interested in what they wore? Wow. The floor really did look interesting. The older woman chuckled. I'm just kidding. Here you go. Rukia accepted the folded clothes, grateful that now she would have something else to stare at, other than the floor. Now for the other guy, the older woman said as she browsed through some boxes. This should be okay, she proclaimed, holding up an old, but well-kept, GI and Hakama. Rukia looked up, and then let out a small gasp. But that's... Oi. You two delinquents up there. Get your butts inside. Ganju and Ichigo suddenly stopped fighting when they heard the dreaded voice. Coming, they both shouted in unison. They walked down the steps to the big room where Kukaku and Rukia were waiting. Ichigo walked in and noticed Rukia wearing earth clothes. She wore light baggy jeans, which hung quite low, showing the curve of her hips. A white top, covered by a yellow long-sleeve blouse covered her upper body. Knowing Rukia, she had buttoned all the buttons, so the blouse was rather tight, showing off the womanly curves that Ichigo had never seen, due to mostly seeing her wearing Yuzu's dresses, or his school uniform. Ichigo couldn't believe his eyes. She looked, rather nice, actually. Scrap that last thought. Now. He had to mentally scold himself to stop his jaw from dropping. Kukaku Shiba noticed Ichigo's reaction, and grinned to herself. If all the clothes from the world caused men to react like this, then no wonder Rukia had taken a liking to earth clothes. On the other hand, it may just be Ichigo, since there was something between those two, she told herself. Rukia, being completely oblivious to the state of Ichigo, as she usually was, walked towards him to hand him the Hakama and GI. Ichigo didn't notice Rukia, he was trying his hardest not to look at her, until she was right in front of him. Here. Put on these. What? Ichigo jumped back a meter, aware of their proximity. Why? Just put it on. I'll explain later. With that she threw him the Hakama and GI, and turned him around. Ichigo barely caught it. Her being too close was bad for his brain. Wait, he cried as he was being pushed out of the room. Rukia sighed as Ichigo resisted her. Look, at these places, people don't particularly like Shinigami. Got it? Ichigo got it, but how come he had to wear this olden-style clothing, while she got modern-day clothing? What? So you're going to go out dressed like that? Whoops. Bad move. And he didn't really mean to make it come out like that. She was just too close to him, and he had never seen her dressed, so normally, he was afraid he'd do something. Her eyes reflected hurt, but it was soon replaced by anger. Go change, she muttered, and turned around. Ichigo was about to say something, but noticed Ganju mouthing to him, idiot, while the older woman casually looked up to the ceiling and let her forefinger slide across her neck. This SCKED. He was seriously going to get it. Or worse, he wouldn't get it at all, Rukia would just shut herself up. Which was worse. Sighing, he turned around to the empty room where he was going to change. Okay, I'm done. 2 out of 3 heads turned at Ichigo's entrance. Ichigo noticed that Rukia didn't even move her head. DMN. On the other hand, the reaction from the other 2 wasn't that great as well. They were just staring, and gaping like goldfish. What was wrong? Did he put it on backwards? Or was there a huge rip somewhere that he had missed? He saw that the Shiba woman had nudged Rukia. She turned around, and then her face joined the goldfish-like gaping that the other 2 were making. The hell's wrong? Silence. Nothing. Rukia, I have your provisions ready, the older woman said hurriedly, pushing a small bag into Rukia's hands. Rukia still hadn't recovered from whatever it was that had caused the 3 of them to gape so openly. Ichigo looked down at his clothes. Nothing was wrong, as far as he could see. The only thing he could see that would be remotely considered out of place would be that the GI and the hakama were pure white. There was nothing else, really, that was strange about this outfit. He sighed. He wouldn't get anything out of the Shiba woman, or her brother, who was still gaping. Rukia would probably tell him, after she got over what he had told her, which probably wouldn't be any time soon. Kukaku's voice cut through his thoughts. Okay, since that you're all ready, we'll send you on your way. Okay. Bye now. Your old clothes will be safe with us. Have fun, and have a nice trip. She ushered them out of her house. Bye. Ganju just stood there. He seriously looked like. All too soon, they were on the road again, and Ichigo still was wondering what the hell the others were so astonished about. Rukia was strangely quiet, and he had noticed she was sneaking glances at him as they walked. After walking in silence for a couple of minutes, Ichigo stopped. Rukia looked at him questioningly. Ichigo didn't notice, but instead started feeling the top bit of his clothes. There might be a hole somewhere that he didn't see. He vigorously rubbed his chest area. There wasn't. There was, however, a slightly embarrassed Rukia, as he was, after all, rubbing his chest area right in front of her. Ichigo looked at the blushing Rukia, then shrugged. He had thought of asking her what the hell was wrong with the outfit, but then thought she was still sore from his comment earlier. Which, she was. Anyway, there were more important things now. Then a thought hit him. Maybe there had been a hole behind him, where he couldn't see. His hands traveled down to his hakama, pants. He rubbed his behind rather vigorously to see if there was any hole, even a small hole. There was none. Ichigo failed to notice that Rukia was getting redder. But then, Ichigo thought, that if it was a small hole he wouldn't be able to feel it if he was just feeling the back of his pants fast. So, instead of vigorously rubbing the back of his pants, he slowly felt the back of his pants, still failing to notice Rukia, who was getting redder, and redder by the second, as you do when a guy suddenly starts slowly feeling his, lower back region, right in front of you. Damn it. Still no hole. But it had to be a hole, Ichigo told himself. Why else would they be gaping like fishes when he was wearing this DMNGI and hakama, and when he was wearing his normal Shinigami outfit they didn't say a word. Then, another horrible thought struck him. What if, oh crap. Anywhere, but not a hole there. He was so engrossed in finding the hole that he didn't notice Rukia, right in front of him, who was barely holding on to consciousness, her face looking like a bright red tomato. A tomato that had a mouth that was opening and closing, trying to tell Ichigo to stop, and what the hell was he doing to himself? She refused to let any bad thoughts make their way into her mind. Oblivious to the opening and closing mouth of Rukia, Ichigo slowly looked down. Oh, Lord, please not a hole there, anywhere but there. The thought didn't cross his mind, that if there was a hole there, Rukia would be sure to tell him about it. Since, it would be kind of awkward. As he finally rested his gaze upon you-know-where, he expected this huge gaping hole to be staring right back at him. However, he found none. What the hell was going on? Maybe one he couldn't see. He put his hands down to that region, and was about to feel around to see if there was any small holes hiding in the folds of the big pants, when he heard a noise. Rukia had fallen backwards. The thought of Ichigo doing that just knocked her out. Literally. Rukia. Someone's voice jolted her out of her unconsciousness. Oi, Rukia, wake up. The voice became a bit louder now, and she opened her eyes a crack. She couldn't believe what she saw. Kyan, Dano. She mumbled weakly. The hell, it's me, Ichigo. Who the hell are you mumbling on about? Oh yeah, Ichigo. Kyan didn't have orange hair. Ugh. Ichigo. Her last memories of him were, somewhat not pleasant. As she became aware of her surroundings she noticed that she was lying on a dirt path, and Ichigo was squatting beside her, a worried look plastered on his face. Oi, are you all right? He asked, as he helped her sit up. Yeah. I'm fine. She brushed away his helping hands because she was uncomfortable with the proximity. What happened back there? He asked, the worried look still showing on his face. What did happen back there? She had just seen Ichigo doing some, rather weird stuff. She blushed at the thought. Meanwhile, Ichigo just watched her turn red. He decided he would never understand this woman, and if he tried to it would probably kill a lot of brain cells. And he needed those. Rukia began, still blushing. I must have fainted due to, the lack of sleep. It was obviously a lie, and Rukia could see the hurt on Ichigo's face. He could live with it, she thought. There was no way she was telling him why she had fainted. She would probably faint again if she told him. Thankfully, he didn't pursue the matter. He just looked happy that she had come to. Can you stand up? Of course, she shot him a look of disdain. This teenage mortal was actually asking her if she could stand up. It wasn't as if she broke her leg or anything. Here, let me help you, he extended his hand to her as he sat up. Idiot. Despite her words, she took his hand, and pulled herself up. She took her hand away from his as soon as she was on her feet. And then nearly fell down again, if it wasn't for Ichigo's fast reflexes. Of course my butt. Rukia didn't say anything, but let Ichigo put his arm around her back, trying to ignore the rising heat on her face. God, what was happening to her, she thought. She was like, 10 times older than this guy, yet she was blushing when he put his arm around her. And it was only to support her as well. Even with these thoughts, she didn't bring herself to look him in the eye as he drew her close to him. Their bodies were so close to each other. He could feel the warmth of her skin radiating onto his. Ichigo grimaced. He was chanting in his head, it's only 'cause she can't stand, it's only 'cause she can't stand, it's only 'cause she can't stand. That chant would keep him sane till when anyway? Did she expect them to walk throughout the whole night? As if reading his thoughts, Rukia spoke. There's an inn around here somewhere. We can stay there the night. Her voice sounded like a crackle, she thought. Why yeah. Ichigo's wasn't much better. As they walked together in silence, Rukia felt strength return to her legs. She could probably walk by herself now, she thought. But for some reason she didn't move from her position. Could it be that she liked it? No, hell no. That wasn't the reason. Then how come she didn't move? She almost felt her body snuggle closer to his body. She was jolted out of her thoughts as she heard Ichigo's voice. Is that the inn? He was pointing with his free hand to a rather large building on the side of the road. It sort of looked out of place, due to the fact that it was the only large building around the place. Yeah, that's the one. She was thankful for the dark. It hid the red that had decided to rest on her face. They entered the doorway, blinking their eyes against the bright light. It took a while for them to get adjusted to the light. When they could see properly, they noticed that the attendant behind the desk was laughing lightly at them. "Oh my, such late visitors," she exclaimed. "You're lucky, we were about to close." Rukia breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad we made it in time." Before she could say another word, the attendant cheerily interrupted her. "So, the married couple's room?" Ichigo and Rukia both spoke up at once. And broke up at once. We aren't, like that, ma'am," Ichigo managed to get out, turning red. "Oh. But just now, you were." "Oh, I hurt myself on the way here, and so he had to." She trailed off, not able to say any more, because she was blushing furiously. Ichigo and Rukia looked away from each other, and the floor had suddenly become a lot more interesting to both of them. The attendant smiled knowingly, but if you looked closer, you could have sworn that there was a glint in her eye. "Well, that's a good enough explanation, no need to embarrass yourselves," the attendant laughed. Ichigo and Rukia both heaved a sigh of relief. However, the attendant interrupted their sigh of relief. "The only room available is the married couple's room." Crap. Rukia had never been in such a tight position, while the attendant just smiled cheerily. "Wait, no wait." Rukia looked up to see Ichigo leaning over the desk, arguing with the attendant. "There just has to be another room." "I'm sorry sir, but there isn't." She looked up at her client, who looked rather exasperated. "Wait, what the hell does that say?" The attendant's smile teetered dangerously, then went back to full smiling mode as she covered the sheet of paper with her hands. Actually, the attendant was saved by the girl client, who looked rather tired. "Come on Ichigo, let's just take it." "But..." The attendant smiled to herself. It was obvious the girl's opinion really did matter to the young man. "Well, do you want to sleep outside?" The young man named Ichigo merely grumbled something to himself, but they consented. "Fine, fine." "Excuse me," the young woman smiled a smile that would have matched the attendant's, "we'll take the room. Please be kind enough to tell us the price and the number." "Certainly ma'am." The attendant looked at her papers. "Room, the price is 5 silver pieces." She smiled her winning smile. Rukia just smiled back. Ichigo took a step backwards, rather scared over this exchange of smiles. "Here you go," Rukia said as she handed the money over. She grabbed Ichigo by the arm, and started walking down the hallway to where their room was. "Wow. Hold on. I am so not sleeping in the same room." "Why not?" "I've slept in your room anyway," Rukia said, now oblivious of the attendant. The attendant's eyebrows lifted in acknowledgement. Ichigo shot the attendant an exasperated look, but her face didn't change. Hey, wait. What about?" He was cut off by Rukia. "Look, I'm tired and I want to sleep." "Could you not argue?" Her tone was sharp, and Ichigo knew when to keep quiet. However, he was annoyed at the attendant who just flashed him a knowing smile and winked. How dare she? He glared right back. He mumbled something to himself, and then allowed himself to be led by the hand to their room. The attendant just smirked to herself as she looked down at the papers she had been covering with her hand. On the papers was a list of all the rooms in building. When a room was occupied she was supposed to tick off that room in the provided box. The smirk soon turned into an evil grin, as she ticked off the box that was labeled Room 5, the love room. So far only that one box was checked. That couple were the only ones inhabiting this place, but they didn't even know it. The evil grin soon turned into a soft maniacal laugh. Okay, so she liked putting people together. That didn't make her weird. Not much anyway. Wow. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. The room was rather spacious, and it had a sliding door that was connected to, no doubt, a toilet. He glanced quickly around the room. Something wasn't right. The whole room was scented with a faint smell. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was. And the walls were pink. What kind of room was this? And the futon that he watched Rukia stroll leisurely across the wide room, to an even longer sliding door that was nearly the whole length of the back wall. She opened half the sliding door to reveal a steaming hot rock bath. That sounds really good at the moment, he thought to himself. Then he thought about Rukia. This was not good. After a few moments of staring at the bath, Rukia decided that she would get in. She turned around, to see Ichigo staring at the bath as well. On second thoughts, she would probably take a lot longer in the bath than Ichigo would. It would probably be better for him to take a bath first, since she didn't want him falling asleep without taking a bath. Actually, more to the point, she didn't want to sleep in the same room as him, without him having a bath. Oi. Huh. Ichigo looked over to Rukia. What? You go in first. What? Just hurry up and go in. Why should I go in first? Because I'll take a hell of a lot longer than you. Ichigo sighed. He would never, ever understand women. But she was right, in this situation. He was thankful that he wouldn't have to wait 10 hours before Rukia decided to emerge from the bath. A Summer Job, Business Trip, Part 3. Ah. It had been a long time since he'd been so relaxed. Sitting here in this hot bath made him forget all the stresses he had had to go through. He opened his eyes a crack. Where was he again? Oh yeah, some inn in Seoul Society. And it was a stupid inn, he decided to himself. Making them have the same living quarters. Even though, they couldn't really do anything about it. He closed his eyes again, letting the hot water soak his body properly. It wasn't that it had been such a grueling journey, it was just that, it had been such a long time since he had relaxed like this. Back at home every relaxing moment could be broken by the presence of a hollow. In the court of pure souls there weren't hollows, but it couldn't be exactly called peaceful. His thoughts were interrupted as a familiar voice spoke from behind the sliding doors. Oi. Ichigo, hurry up. Rukia. Ichigo grimaced to himself, as though it took effort to even think about leaving the bath. Okay, I'm going, just give me a second, he mumbled softly. He didn't know whether she could hear it, but he didn't really care. Sighing, he lowered himself into the bath once more, then jumped out of the water, and onto the side. The night wind blew onto his body, and he shivered. Ah, why wasn't the bath an indoor one? Ichigo. All right already. Then he lowered his voice, remembering that there were other tenants, and they wouldn't be very happy with his loud voice. I'm going. Jeez. He made his way over to where his clothes were. As he put on the sleepwear provided by the inn, he wondered to himself what the hell was wrong with those clothes he had been wearing. When he got into the bath, he quickly ran over the GI and Hakama. But, everything looked perfectly fine. Then why did everyone have such a shock when they saw him wearing it? Lost in thought, he gathered up the remaining clothes, forgetting to tighten up his robe. He slid open the sliding door to find Rukia sitting with her back to the wall on the opposite side of the room. On her lap was, oh no, was that, a drawing pad? She looked up at him, and smiled secretly to herself that he was carrying the clothes he had worn before, all disheveled. He groaned, and then said, ah, that was good. He then proceeded to dump the garments on the floor, including his wet towel. He hoped that he wouldn't have to look at her drawings. Seriously. They sked. Ichigo, she scolded, and scooted over to where he stood, looking puzzled. What? He asked. Did this girl just read his mind? Don't dump the clothes on the floor. Fold them properly. She shook her head as picked up his gi and hakama. Men. Ichigo joined her on the ground as she picked up his clothes. Phew. She looked back up tell Ichigo that he should go hang his towel, but she was stopped short by his loose hanging bed robe. He had leant over to pick up his towel, and his well-toned muscles were in clear view. She had to mentally slap herself to stop herself from staring. Sure, she had acknowledged that Ichigo did have muscles, but seeing his body so close, and still slightly damp, gave her feelings that she didn't even want to comprehend. Ichigo noticed that she had stopped halfway in picking his clothes up and turned to her face questioningly. He saw her face slightly red, and then she turned away from him. Huh? Was she still feeling the side effects from her faint earlier? Oi, Rukia, what's wrong? His voice snapped her out of her dreamlike state. She looked at Ichigo, his face now very close to hers. He looked worried, but his proximity set off sparks in her skin she didn't know existed. She quickly turned her head away from his face, so that he wouldn't be able to see her blushing as much. It's nothing," she said, not meeting his searching gaze. Ichigo looked at the side of her face, bewildered, but he could see her face getting redder and redder. "But you're getting redder and redder. Maybe you're getting a fever." "And no, it's not that." She didn't meet his eyes. He could tell she was lying, but he knew Rukia. She wouldn't tell him the truth if his life depended on it. "Damn it, Rukia. I'm frickin' worried about you," is what he wanted to say, but he zipped his lips. He was worried about her before, as well, when she just suddenly passed out on the road. Maybe she was hiding something from him. He sat back, away from her. Rukia was thankful for the distance between them, but somewhat regretful. After a few moments of awkward silence, Ichigo simply said, "Well, I'll go to bed." Rukia looked up at him, and didn't miss the hurt look on his face. But, what was she to do? She couldn't exactly tell him that she had been blushing because she had been so close to his body. She softened her voice. "Okay." Without another word she folded the clothes he had been wearing, and placed them in a neat pile at the foot of their futon, while Ichigo silently hung his towel up. She could tell he was hurt because she didn't say anything. Ichigo was one of those types. He didn't really react when people got angry with him loudly, or verbally, and even physically, but when someone didn't tell him things he wanted to know. She slid open the door of the bath, and then closed it behind her. She looked at the wide bath ahead of her. They were in a couple's room, so it was made for two people. But, since her and Ichigo weren't a couple, she could have the whole bath to herself. She temporarily wondered what would it be like, bathing at the same time as Ichigo, then immediately dismissed the thought, furiously blushing. What had possessed her to think things like that? Actually, when had she thought of things like that, would be the better question, she thought as she unbuttoned her yellow blouse. Now, how did she get this thing off again, she wondered to herself as she tugged and pulled her white top. She felt around the back area, and found that there were many little strings that were tied together. Crap. She had forgotten that this top she had got from the real world was a real puzzler when it came to putting it on and taking it off. Even when she put it on in Kukaku's place, the Shiba woman had to help her, and even then, they didn't get it on until after the third try. Rukia took in a deep breath, and tried to untie the first knot. Crap. The other woman had tied the shirt so securely, with knots that were probably made for holding up cannons. Rukia sighed. She would never get it off. She temporarily entertained the thought of bathing with it, but decided against it. She didn't want to wear a wet top to bed, especially when it was white. And, especially with Ichigo. She sat on one of the rocks on the side of the bath, trying to figure out what to do. She turned her head to the now closed sliding door. Maybe Ichigo could give her a hand, and oh. What was she thinking? Rukia blushed furiously. Besides, he was probably asleep. After a couple of minutes of struggling with the iron knots that Kukaku had made, she sighed, and stood up. Here goes nothing. DMNU Kukaku. It's almost as if you knew this would happen. Back at the Shiba stronghold, Kukaku released a sneeze. Wiping her nose, she grinned, and continued drinking sake. He, Rukia must have found out by now. Her brother took one look at the evil grin forming on his sister's face and he carefully backed out the door. Rukia slid open the sliding door timidly. Ichigo was already lying down on the futon. Judging by constant rising of the covers, he was asleep. She paused in the doorway, suddenly self-conscious. Finally gathering up her courage, she got down on her hands and knees and crawled to the futon. As she neared she could hear Ichigo's soft breathing, and she smiled to herself, as she noticed that his permanent frown was gone. Without he looked somewhat peaceful he decided. However, there was a tinge of worry that clouded his face, and Rukia knew it was because of his family. She knelt by the futon silently, marveling on how different Ichigo looked when he slept. A stray strand of hair had fallen across his closed eyes, and instinctively Rukia brushed it away softly. She didn't let her hand leave his face, instead she caressed his cheek, reminding her again that Ichigo was barely an adult, but yet, he had to carry so many burdens upon himself. He was just too many things at once, she decided to herself. He had to be an older brother for Yuzu and Karen, a high school student, and also a Shinigami. Because they had no mother, Ichigo almost had to double for a mother, placing loads of stress upon him. His soft breathing reminded her of what she really came here for, and she blushed, wondering how she could get so carried away. She withdrew her hand from his cheek, and his eyelids fluttered. Carefully she leant over his sleeping body, tucking in strands of hair that had fallen because she was now facing downwards, behind her ear. "Ichigo," she murmured softly. Ichigo stirred slightly. "Ichigo," she said again, moving down closer to his face so she wouldn't have to speak louder. Some of her hair fell on his face, tickling his breathing. This time cracked open his eyes to see Rukia's face only inches from his. He closed his eyes again, and then brushed away some of the hairs that had fallen on his face, and frowned slightly. "That tickles, Rukia." The next few seconds were silent. Ichigo opened his eyes wide, and jumped backwards out of the futon, crashing into the wall behind him. "Rukia!" He pointed a shaking finger at her as he sat, back to the wall. "The hell are you doing?" Rukia smiled inwardly at the contrast between the sleeping Ichigo and the awake Ichigo. Then she frowned at him. He frowned back. What? He wasn't very happy that he had been disturbed in his sleep, and frightened awake by the proximity of Rukia's face. Rukia let her mouth open slightly. She thought that he would be a bit more understanding, asking her what she wanted, but all she got was a rough, "What?" She huffed, and then turned away from him. "Well, I was just going to ask for your help with this frickin' shirt, but since you need your sleep so much, I won't," she said. Still speaking with her back towards him. No response. That loser. She got up and walked back to the bath sliding doors. When she turned around to close them she looked angrily at the shocked sitting form of Ichigo at the other side of the room. Served him right. He should learn how to respect a woman's wishes, even though she very well knew that Ichigo was just being Ichigo. She slid the sliding door to its closed position with such velocity that it vibrated for a couple of seconds after it was actually closed. Great. Now she couldn't take off the stupid shirt, and Ichigo wasn't going to help her because she had just gotten angry over some little thing. Ichigo just sat there dazed. Crap. Rukia was angry at him. Again. What did she want? Rukia began to regret wearing these clothes. She turned away from the sliding door to retrieve her blouse, which was lying on a bench, at the other side of the rock pool. She didn't hear him slide the door open, and approach her from behind. In fact, she gasped when she felt his hands grab her shoulders. Ichigo. Ichigo didn't say anything, but sat her down on a stool nearby. What are you doing, Ichigo? She managed to get out as he applied soft pressure to her shoulders to make her sit down. For some reason, him touching her had a direct effect on her voice. Shut up. She felt his hands slide down from her shoulders to the first knot. As he fumbled with the knot, she felt his fingers touch her skin. She was glad she wasn't facing him because she had started turning red. Ichigo, on the other hand, wasn't faring as well either. He was just glad that she wasn't looking at him, because his face had gone the same color as Renji's hair. It was hard to concentrate on the task before him, as he kept on touching Rukia's soft back in the process of untying the knots. It didn't help that the knots were tied so intricately tight. Absent-mindedly he wondered who had tied the knots up so tight. Neither said anything, and finally Ichigo let out a sigh of relief as he undid the first knot. He started on the second knot, trying to ignore the soft skin that had just been revealed. It became harder and harder to untie the knots, because at each knot he untied, a fresh portion of Rukia's back was revealed to him. He knew he should have started at the bottom knot first. He tried to ignore it, but her skin felt so soft, so warm. He finished untying the last knot, but for some reason his hands wouldn't leave her back. Rukia felt the last knot come undone, and she sighed inwardly. But inside her somewhere, she knew that she didn't want him to go. His hands were still on her back, she noticed. There. Finished, she heard him say quietly. Ichigo turned away, not looking at her bare back. Don't go, she wanted to say, but instead she said, oh, thank you. Ichigo made the mistake of looking at the milky complexion of her back again, and something snapped inside of him. He let his hands slowly slide up her bare back, which sent sparks all down her spine. Rukia's face heated up instantly, and she stifled a mm. What was he doing? She didn't move, the only thought that was going through her head was that it felt so. Ichigo, as if realizing what he had just done, tore his hands away from her back. I'll be inside. And with that, he straightened up, and walked back to the sliding door with great effort. After he closed the sliding door he collapsed against it. What the hell was that all about, he thought to himself. He lifted his hand to his heart. Hell, it was beating at a gazillion miles an hour. What the hell, he thought again. It's just Rukia. Why did I do that? Rukia slowly climbed out of the outdoor bath. Her face still burned after what Ichigo had done. But, somehow, she wanted him to do it again. She couldn't quite pin the feeling, but it felt good. It wasn't anything serious, she told herself decidedly. She retrieved her clothes, her glance briefly resting on the top that she had worn. She shook her head, trying to erase any thoughts that came to her mind. She dried herself off with the towel, and eased herself into the nightwear provided. Thankful that it was darker inside the room so that he wouldn't have to see her blush, she silently opened the sliding door. She looked at the sleeping form of Ichigo. Should she act mad, or angry in the morning? Should she tell him that she liked what he had done? No, that would be something a child would do. But still. She rubbed her head. This was too much thinking, and it was way too late in the night. She eased herself silently onto the futon, next to him, but sleep did not come, even though she was tired. A Summer Job, Business Trip, Part 4. Ichigo stirred as he felt something disrupt his futon. Well, not something, but someone, because he could feel the warmth radiating from their body. In his half-sleep he cracked open one of his eyelids. What the? He saw her smooth outline, even underneath the covers, with her back towards him. Ugh. He was really tired. He didn't have time for Rukia to be playing games. He kept his one eye opened, just to wait for Rukia to turn around and ask him playfully if he was scared. No such luck. He began to wonder when Rukia would stop playing her stupid games and go to her bed. Hold on. Her bed? In his drowsiness he remembered that there was only one bed in the middle of the room. Crap. He exhaled loudly, and then turned around ever so slightly as to not disturb the sleeping Rukia. Even after he closed his one open eye he didn't drift off to sleep like he expected his tired body to automatically do. Instead, he became acutely aware of the girl that lay only inches from him. In the silence of the night he heard her soft breathing, accentuated by the slight rise and fall of the blankets. His hair on the back of his neck pricked at each sound. 10 minutes later, though it seemed to Ichigo hours, he still couldn't get to sleep. He tried counting sheep, but that didn't work. He tried counting Zanpakutos but he ran out of names. He tried to count all the people in the Godai, 13, but because he had only been with them a short time, that soon failed as well. In his restlessness, he kept moving around, trying not to disturb Rukia, but he knew he was failing. Well, it wasn't his fault that she decided to sleep on the same freaking futon as him. Even though, he conceded, she would have nowhere else to sleep. Rukia's eyelids fluttered before opening them. Various movements had been disturbing her ever since she slept. Being a reasonable sleeper, she had unconsciously ignored them, but at some point they became irritating. She slowly turned around to see Ichigo fidgeting, twisting and turning. She groaned. Of course it would be Ichigo. Damn it, Ichigo, can you stop moving, she said, trying to sound quiet. Ichigo rolled over to his side to face her, looking surprised that she had woken at all. Huh? I said, could you stop moving? I'm trying to sleep here, she snapped, irritated that he hadn't properly heard her the first time. Yeah, I should be sleeping well, as well, you know, how I always sleep with girls and all, he retorted sarcastically. It's not easy. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm not going to bite you, Rukia said a little bit louder. Boomf. Ichigo promptly rolled onto his other side, leaving his back to an annoyed Rukia. Things quietened down after that, but she could still feel Ichigo squirming. This wouldn't do, she decided. She couldn't understand his dilemma in her half-waked state. All she realized was that she desperately needed sleep, it provided an escape for her mind, and also a mending experience for her body. Every move he made affected her since they were sharing the same blanket. She was about to scream something at the back of Ichigo, but she bit her lip to bite back words she might regret later. Still, Ichigo moved like a garden snake and she needed to do something about it. Rukia sighed. She needed her sleep, and he needed his too. In her drowsy mind, she did the only thing she thought reasonable. She ventured towards him, towards his moving back. Without warning she placed her arms around Ichigo's neck to stop him from moving. He stopped all right, but it was like he was dead. She smiled to herself. That kept him quiet. She closed her eyes, pulling closer to the warmth of his body. Ichigo, on the other side of the bed, kept closing his eyes and opening them. He wanted to move, but Rukia's grip was surprisingly strong. When he felt her push herself into his back, he felt like his head was going to explode. What was this woman thinking? Didn't she know that guys did have feelings? And her proximity awakened feelings that he didn't want to begin to comprehend. He felt her relax a tiny bit, and then wondered to himself if she had actually gone to sleep. After about 5 minutes of debating on what to do, it took so long because he kept getting distracted by the closeness of Rukia, he finally decided to turn over, in her arms. That way he would be facing her, and could, forcibly remove her from him. He was, after all, stronger than her. If she stayed like this the whole night, he would definitely not get any sleep. At all. He pulled back into her body, ignoring her softness, to get some slack on her arms. He twisted around on the futon, trying not to wake her. It was easier than he imagined, but when he turned around, expecting to meet her sleeping face, he met two wide-open eyes. Their gaze held. Instantly awake, Ichigo tried to drag away, but her deep, dark blue orbs drew him into her. It was like he was staring into the opening of her soul. And she stared right back at his deep brown eyes. Not breaking their gaze, she said softly, "I thought I told you not to move." "Oh," he said, looking embarrassed. He looked away, but he did not move away from her embrace. "I needed to get comfortable." "So, this is comfortable?" she asked him softly, while raising an eyebrow. Actually." He tried to say, blushing furiously. She shook her head, cutting him off. Shush. With that she pulled herself into him, closing her eyes as she laid her head on his shoulder. It took some moments before he registered what she had done. Rukia lay there, almost falling asleep, when she felt his hands encircle her. She waited for any other movements, but she heard him breathing evenly. He was asleep, she decided. She let out a small sigh against his clothes. Finally. She almost yelped when he whispered in her ear. His hot breath tickled the side of her face. Rukia. She squeezed her eyes tightly to take her mind off the spreading heat on her face. Can you tell me, why was everyone acting all weird when I put on those clothes? His voice was husky from sleepiness, and he sounded attractive, almost, she decided, before chiding herself for even entertaining the thought. When she gave no answer, he sighed loudly. I guess it was some kind of joke, huh? Without loosening his grip on her he said quietly, sorry. I just couldn't sleep when I was worrying over some little thing like that. She opened her eyes after it was clear he wasn't going to say any more. It wasn't some little thing. She whispered softly into his shoulder. She felt him jerk slightly, as if surprised she was awake. Actually. She sighed, and forced herself to pull away from his warm grasp. Holding him at an arm's length, she studied him. His orange hair was ruffled on the pillow, and his sad brown eyes looked back at her. She sighed again. Ichigo. He didn't take his gaze off her. Ichigo, you look like someone I knew. She said, hurt flashing briefly in her eyes as she remembered the face of Kyan. She then broke away from his embrace, and rolled over to her side, her back facing him. She heard a soft grunt from him. She closed her eyes, regretting her last decision. She wanted to sleep in his secure arms, but, she gasped softly, and her eyes opened fully, as he embraced her from behind. It's okay. He said softly, speaking into her hair. Her eyes stayed wide open. It's okay, if you don't want to talk about it, he repeated, his voice muffled slightly by her hair. Ichigo had seen the hurt look in her eyes when she said those words to him. Above anything else, he didn't want her feeling hurt because of something he asked. Oh well, her past would have to stay hidden for the meantime, he decided, as he felt her relax against his embrace. She reached down and held his hands around her waist. Thank you. He heard her murmur as they both drifted into sleep, troubled, but happy. The first thing she was aware of was the sound of Ichigo's breathing. The next thing she was aware of was the cold. During the night, the temperature had dropped, and she involuntarily shivered. She didn't bother to glance behind her to know that Ichigo was there. He was still holding her, although it was a bit looser than the night before. She freed one of her arms and pulled the covers over them. Still cold, she twisted in his embrace and snuggled into him, trying to glean what body warmth she could. She smiled softly and closed her eyes, remembering that there were no morning meetings to go to. As she lay there she could feel his hot breath against the top of her head, but she liked it, because it was reassuring of his presence. She snuggled closer to him. She then heard him murmur wanly, Rukia. She blushed immediately, and on impulse moved slightly out of his embrace. The small movement caused Ichigo to open his eyes a crack. Oh, Rukia. He muttered again, then closed his eyes, smiling slightly. Rukia. His eyes shot open, and he jumped back on the futon, taking all the blankets with him. Rukia tried to look angry, but instead she was completely surprised as the morning coldness hit her hard. She yelped, and dived into Ichigo's cowering form. Now wasn't the time to be angry. Now was the time to get out of the cold. She tugged the blankets from Ichigo, who was clutching them tightly, wondering why the hell he was sleeping next to Rukia. The next few minutes ensured a tug-of-war, and tangled bed sheets. Because Ichigo wouldn't let go of the blankets, he inevitably pulled her towards him. She landed on top of him, and his brown eyes met her dark blue orbs. The kicking, screaming, and yelling that had just been evident a second ago, died away to a few huffs and puffs. This was like last night, Rukia heard a voice in her head say excitedly. She continued looking into his deep brown eyes, searching for some meaning. Ichigo was vaguely aware of her weight on his chest, but he didn't move. Looking into her eyes, he remembered what he actually was doing, sleeping next to Rukia. They were at the inn, with the annoying attendant. The room they were in had only one futon. He suddenly blushed, aware of their proximity. If she didn't move soon, he was bound to do something that he would, not regret, but something that would hurt their relationship. He watched as her face moved closer to his, strands of loose raven-colored hair fell on his face, but he didn't bother to blow them off. Her approaching face reminded him of the time when they had lunch together. But this time, there was no excuse. That time, he had just been lucky that there was something to blame that. He refused to say out loud that he had kissed her, but in his head, thousands of voices were chorusing that he had, in fact, kissed her. He had to stop whatever he was thinking of doing. Rukia. His voice snapped her out of her trance and she looked at his blushing face. She shook her head a little. How could she think about his blushing face, when she herself was blushing furiously? What had she been thinking? She just saw his deep brown eyes, and then she felt compelled to move forward. Rukia. She flew back to reality. Oh. She stuttered. Sorry. No, it's okay, he assured her. His gaze betrayed what he was going to say next. She didn't move. Or rather, couldn't. Rukia, Ichigo said, his face heating up. He couldn't take much more of this. Her face mirrored his. I can't. What? She frowned, still blushing. I can't move. Oh great. He was going die. Rukia on top of him, he could handle for a bit. Rukia on top of him, and couldn't get off, his mind nearly exploded. Why? He asked the first question that popped into his head. The blankets. She said, breathing heavily. Ichigo couldn't take it anymore. Using his feet as a pivot point, he used his arms to push himself forward. Without looking her in the eye, he pushed them both up and towards the end of the futon using his knees, so that he was now on top of her, solving the blanket issue. It didn't solve the staring issue. Despite the cold that hit him, he looked into her eyes again, thus locking their gaze for even longer. Her raven hair sprawled out beneath her, and her expression held something akin to vulnerability, her face still red. However, they didn't move. You look like someone I knew. That thought whizzed through his mind, and he broke his gaze off. Closing his eyes, he rolled over to lay by her side, thanking Mother Nature for providing the cold to keep his senses. For a few minutes they both lay there, not saying anything, just listening to each other breathing. Oi. Ichigo said, trusting his voice again. Rukia turned her head towards him. What? I'm cold, he said, staring pointedly at the blankets she was lying on. She grinned mischievously. So? He growled softly. So, give me the blankets. Let me see. She put a finger to her lips, rolling her eyes upward, as if thinking. No. What? No. Ichigo grabbed the blankets from underneath her, despite her playful protests. Finally, she relented, allowing him to straighten out the blankets onto their futon, while she sat on the side watching. After he spread the blanket out, he crawled in under the covers before her, and pulled it over his head, making him a sizable lump on the futon. She grinned, all recent embarrassment forgotten, and joined him underneath the blankets. He lay there, his eyes open, looking at her as she got inside. When she finally settled, he closed his eyes, expecting nothing more. Ichigo. What? He said softly, not opening his eyes. I'm still cold. Ichigo opened one eye. He looked at her, cuddled up into herself. She looked adorable, a petite, cute, little girl. For some reason she seemed to draw him to her. But he resisted temptation, and instead grinned, not opening his other eye. So, he repeated her earlier jest, causing her to pout. Boomf. He ignored her, closed his eyes, this time almost going off to sleep. Rukia disturbed him again, by silently creeping up to him and hugging him to her. He let out a loud sigh to make sure she could hear him. After a couple of seconds, he finally put his hands around her body, and pulled her closer to him. Rukia grinned to herself. That sigh from him was definitely a sigh of defeat. Well, she really was cold. She closed her eyes, thankful for the second time that there were no stupid meetings to go to. A Summer Job, Business Trip, Part 5. Ichigo woke up, and looked into the sleeping face of Rukia. Except, this time he remembered where he was, and he wasn't too shocked. He pulled back a little, but their faces were still a few inches apart. He studied her while she was sleeping. Her facial expression was soft as she breathed in and out. Her faint pink lips were slightly open, and tendrils of raven-colored hair cascaded down her face. She looked peaceful, he decided, discarding the other word he was going to use. Rukia opened her eyes, and met dark brown orbs that bored into her eyes. If she hadn't been lying down she would have jumped back. Something strong was in his eyes. They lay there, looking at each other, head sideways on the futon. A few seconds of silence passed. Ichigo, Rukia said, but her voice was almost soundless. He didn't answer her, but kept his gaze. About, last night, no, she corrected herself, about Kaiendano. His gaze turned slightly questioning. I said you didn't have to. He was cut off by Rukia, who placed a finger on his lips. The contact stopped his words. So he turned silent, but his eyes still searched her face. I want to. She turned her gaze from him, focusing on the clean white sheets instead. Kaiendano, he was, someone really special to me. She paused, looking in his eyes. A hint of jealousy lay behind his dark brown orbs. Not, like that. She reassured him. He was the only one who really accepted me, outside of Renji. Ichigo stayed silent. But Renji, he accepted me because he knew me from when I was young. She paused. Kaiendano, he accepted me before he even knew me, that's what I liked about him. And, Kaiendano was Kukaku's brother. Ichigo's eyes opened slightly wider. She sighed. For some reason, I don't know, but you really look like him. She paused, fingering his collar without looking him in the eye. That should probably explain why we were all gaping at you. Those were his clothes, after all. His brown eyes reflected thoughtfulness. His wife. She stopped here, and she clenched his clothes a bit harder. She could feel him staring at her, but she didn't look up at him. Afraid to look up at him. Yes, his wife, she was the woman that I wanted to be like. She was nice. She acted properly. Her team members respected her, and she deserved it, you know. She stopped to recollect her memories. She was, a lady. Ichigo continued to look at her. She sighed before continuing. We were happy, I was happy, seeing Kaiendano every day, learning from him, learning from his wife, he was so nice to me. Still clenching his collar, she put her head forward, so that it rested on his chest. But one day, he died. She choked out the last few words. The light in the room seemed to darken, like a cloud had just gone over the sun. She closed her eyes and sobbed softly, barely aware that Ichigo had put his arms around her. She opened her eyes when she was firmly in his grasp. There. It's okay. He patted her back. She tightened her fists. But, it isn't okay. It isn't okay. She yelled into his chest, and felt him tighten his grip. It is, she heard him insist. It isn't. She said, laughing harshly. I killed Kaiendano. With that, She collapsed onto his chest again, sobbing involuntarily. Ichigo just held her there, shocked, but knowing that she needed him. When she quietened down a little, he cleared his throat and spoke into her raven black hair. I'd like to say that, I understand, but, I don't. He paused for emphasis. He wasn't good at long-winded speeches that comforted people. I won't ask any more from you. Another pause. But, I'm here, for you. He stopped. If you want, he added as an afterthought. She didn't say anything but tried to pull herself closer to him, spilling her tears on his clothes. It was a while before he felt her petite body breathing normally. He pulled away from her slightly, and tipped her chin up with his index finger. She looked up at him, the path of recent tears glistening with the light in the room. Are you, all right now? She nodded slowly, putting a little pressure on his finger when she moved her chin. He shifted his body, and with his other hand dried her slightly damp face, and all the while she looked at him, unblinking. He tried to ignore her steady gaze. When he had finished, he kept his hand on the side of her face, marveling how it fit perfectly on his hand. She kept her unwavering gaze. Rukia, I can't imagine what you've gone through, but I'm always here, okay? He saw her eyes start to slowly fill with tears again. He placed his hands over her eyes and gently made her close them. He did not want to see her cry again. Even so, he still felt the tears dampen his hand. Instinctively he leaned in and gently kissed her lips, not taking off his hand that covered her vision. He drew back after he felt her stop crying. Sorry, he mumbled sheepishly, and then turned around so that his back was facing Rukia. He missed the pleasantly surprised expression on her face. What the hell did I do that for? Now she'll hate me for sure. He lay there, his eyes squeezed shut. Hopefully she'll forget about it. He uttered a small grunt of surprise when he felt her cuddle into his back. He turned around quickly, only to find her cuddled up underneath the blanket, eyes closed, and a small smile on her face. Rukia? No answer. Rukia. He shook her gently, but she did not open her eyes. Pfft. He scowled. No one fell asleep that quickly. But, he let it go, and almost as an instinct, reached around her protectively. As he drew her closer to him, he felt her lean into his embrace. He sighed, placed his chin on top of her raven black hair, and closed his eyes. Ichigo changed back into the GI and Hakama. But now, he knew why Rukia had looked at him weirdly when he had donned these clothes. So this was, Kaien's clothes, huh? He finished changing, and then crept back to the futon where Rukia still slept. Rukia. He shook her gently. If we stay any longer, we'll have to pay for another day. Rukia cracked open an eyelid. I'm getting up, I'm getting up. Ichigo leaned back, and knelt down beside the futon, as she sat up, rubbing her eyes. She looked at him, kneeling there, and her eyes widened slightly. Oh, you've changed. She sat there, thinking for a few seconds. I'll change as well. Ichigo just stayed where he was. I said, I'm going to change as well. Ichigo blinked, then gave her a blank look. And? She scowled. If you dare even peek the tiniest bit. Ichigo blushed furiously. You idiot. As if I would look when you were changing. She eyed him carefully. Then got out of the bed. I'm warning you. She said as she walked behind him to her folded clothes. She was back to her old self. Okay. I'm not even looking, he threw his arms up, exasperated. She pulled off her clothes quickly, and picked up the jeans. She pulled them on, still self-conscious of the teenager behind her. After she had tightened the belt on her jeans, she bent down to pick up her top. She pulled it on, only to have it fall at the shoulders. Crap. I can't tie the knots up. She held it up with her hands, then turned around, trying not to blush as she called Ichigo. Oi. For the last time, I'm not looking. It's not that. I've, finished. Finally. It took you. He was cut off by her voice. Could you help me again? She was standing behind him, her hands holding up her top. Don't you dare say anything, she growled as she saw him stifle a giggle. She waited till he calmed down, and then stepped lively in front of his kneeling position, and then sat down cross-legged. She was glad that she wasn't looking at him, because she felt her face heating up. In the meantime, Ichigo was also glad she wasn't looking at him, because he visibly blushed at the sight of her bare milky back. Yeah, knots, right. He mumbled to himself as he started on the first set of strings. As he finished tying the first knot up, he remembered what he had said at the Shiba household. What? So you're going to go out dressed like that? He shook his head. He couldn't believe he had said that. When, in actual fact, he actually thought the way she looked was cute, he decided. Rukia, he muttered, as he finished tying up the second knot. Sorry about before. An awkward pause. When I, told you off about your clothes. Back at Kukaku's place. Was it just him, or did she just let out a small sigh? I, actually thought it looked, pretty cute, I mean, cool. He finished lamely, blushing over his mistake. He hurriedly finished tying up the knots, to hide his embarrassment, missing her mischievous grin that spread over her blushing face. I hope you enjoyed your stay, the attendant said brightly, with a smile that looked too sincere, Ichigo noted as he walked out of the inn. His sweat dropped as Rukia returned the smile, fake sincerity and all. As Rukia turned around, he scowled at the attendant, annoyed with her cheery attitude. She just winked at him. Ichigo shivered, and turned around hurriedly. A few minutes later they were walking again in silence, but it was comfortable. The way they were traveling didn't have much people on it, and Ichigo was glad for the serenity, because it gave him time to think. And sort out his newly found feelings. He decided that, on the way back from this stupid lake, they would definitely, sleep in different rooms. It confused his mind when she was so close. He looked down at her, walking along happily, something that he hadn't seen in a long time. This was the way it should be, he thought to himself. She should be happy, he thought again, not realizing that the frown lines on his forehead had started to disappear when he was together with Rukia. Well, only when they weren't fighting. Like now, for instance. Rukia, are you sure you know where we're going? Of course. You've never been here before. So. I still know. Just how do you know? I got a map. Let me see that. It's upside down. Shut up. Pfft. Women. They can never read maps. Smack. Ow. What was that for? A summer job, Operation TA, Part 2. He was dressed in a smart black uniform, but it was tattered in uncountable places. Rips revealed more rips on his body, and blood oozed out of his skin. More blood rolled down the side of his face, matching the color of his loose long hair. His surroundings included swings, a seesaw, and a sandbox. Renji lay on his stomach top of the wooden park bench, his legs hung lazily over the side of the seat, and his arms hung loosely at his sides. Little pools of blood gathered on the soil below him, disrupting the continuing color of the ground. Some pools had already dried, mixing in with the grainy soil, becoming dark patches in the morning light. Little clouds of breath rose from the direction of his face as he lay there, looking at the ground. Just breathing. Just breathing. His chest heaved at every breath, as if it was a chore to breathe. Which, it was. His long red hair covered the side of his face as it drooped down to touch the sandy ground. Flashback. Hush. The two vice-captains looked around warily. You can feel it too, right? Yeah. The vice-captain known as Abarai Renji answered. The other vice-captain known as Hitsugaya kept quiet, but his eyes remained alert and searching. They're opposite each other, the boy with white hair commented. I wonder why. He let his voice trail off, leaving the other two behind him to clutch the handles of their soul slayers. Hitsugaya spun around, nearly startling the other two. He looked at Hitsugaya, then Renji. Okay, since they are both far from one another, it means that we have to split up. No reaction. Hitsugaya nodded to himself. They could almost be considered veterans, those two. Well, they had fought longer than him, even though they were a lower rank than him. He looked at Renji, undoubtedly the stronger of the two. You, go alone. Renji nodded. It was expected. The captain was expected to report on the success of both vice-captains. Even though he wasn't the best of friends with the white-haired genius, he knew that Hitsugaya pretty much knew his abilities. Hitsugaya, however. The boy's voice brought him back to reality. Hitsugaya, you'll fight the stronger one. He held up his index finger, as Renji opened his mouth to protest. Just to be safe, you can take out the weaker one. If something were to happen, and I wasn't there. The red-haired vice-captain growled something under his breath, but much to Hitsugaya's relief, he let the matter slide. Even though Renji did like to argue with pretty much anyone about pretty much everything, he did hold some respect for the white-haired genius, who graduated from the Shinigami Academy in a year. Hitsugaya turned back to the other vice-captain. Basically, you'll be fighting by yourself. I won't step in at all, even if it looks bad. However, if you look like you might die, that's when I'll come in. He paused for emphasis. I'll just be noting the way you fight. Stepping back, he eyed the two Shinigamis. You'll be all right. That is all. The next second, all of them disappeared, leaving wisps of dust where they were standing. Renji felt the wind rush past his face as he headed towards where the errand car was located. As he stepped closer and closer, emotions began to run high in his head. After all, it had just been this afternoon when he had confessed to Rukia. Rukia. He juggled the name in his brain. Rukia, his first love, his only love. He thought she would be around forever, giving him time to think about his feelings. But, he had waited too late. She had gone on a mission, and never returned the same. That guy, Kurosaki Ichigo. Even though, he and Ichigo shared a bond almost akin to brothers, he still acted the wall of jealousy between them. After all, Ichigo, even though he wouldn't even admit it to himself, felt strongly for Rukia. Renji could see it, it was just like his love for Rukia. The thing was, Rukia felt the same thing towards Ichigo. DMN that BSTRD. The presence of the errand car became more acute, every flash step. Probably within the next 2 flash steps he would see whom he was up against. He cast aside his thoughts, and concentrated all his anger into the figure that had just appeared in front of him. The errand car was bigger than any normal human being, about 2 times the height of Renji. Sideways, it measured about the same size as Renji's height. In other words, it was big. It carried its soul slayer the traditional style, at its hip. When Renji came upon it was kneeling by a brick house, looking in through a window. It was just about to put its hand in the window when Renji charged at full speed towards its gruesome head. Thunk. His fist came in contact with the brute's head, and he felt the bulky weight shift, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Thud. The errand car hit the pavement a few meters away, and Renji jumped back after his punch. All his anger at Ichigo had been concentrated into that punch, so he was pretty confident that it hurt the monster. The errand car wiped a trickle of blood from its jaw as it slowly stood up. Renji eyed it arrogantly from a few meters back. Just out of its hitting range. The errand car saw the range and grinned a toothy grin. Oh, I was wondering when you'd be coming. Its voice sounded harsh, laced with sarcasm, and obvious disgust at Shinigamis. In a hurry to die? Renji raised an eyebrow. In a hurry to save humans? The errand car smiled cruelly again, its pudgy face making its beady eyes become smaller. Pick on someone your own size. Renji said flatly, then drew his soul slayer, casting a small glance to the window where the errand car had been. The errand car proceeded to draw his. A bit rude, don't you think? Not introducing yourself before a battle. I was told that was your custom. Renji shrugged. It won't matter if you're dead, right? The errand car grinned. Right. Better for me anyway. He readied himself. Though, you did say something earlier. He watched as the bored face of the red-haired Shinigami changed to a questioning look. You said, pick on someone your own size. I'm afraid if I did that, I wouldn't have anyone to pick on. Since. Renji gasped. The errand car's spirit force had suddenly skyrocketed, and the shock drove him to one knee. Sheet. That BSTRD masked his spirit force. The errand car took one look at the Shinigami in front of him, and smiled his evil toothy smile. Won't matter if I'm dead, eh? His smile turned to a frown as he saw the expression on the Shinigami's face. He was smiling. Heh. Renji straightened himself against the spirit force. You arrogant BSTRD, hiding your spirit force like that. He readied himself. That won't matter. Looks like it'll be a little extra playtime for me then. The errand car growled. How dare this mere Shinigami talk like he was stronger? He could sense his spirit force. It was exceptional, but not bigger than his own. So you can talk trash. He met the red-haired Shinigami's gaze. Let's see if that's supported by that puny amount of spirit power you're showing off. He watched as the Shinigami grinned. Shut up, grime face. Let's fight. The errand car growled and charged forward, each footstep shaking the ground. Renji waited, then flash-stepped behind the big monster. Spirit force is useless, if you can't connect, he said behind the errand car. The errand car turned around with a shocked look on his face. Renji just grinned, and brought his soul slayer down to contact, empty air. He slowly looked behind him, and sure enough the big guy was behind him, lifting his soul slayer to crush him. Sheet. With that thought in his mind, Renji jumped forward, barely avoiding the soul slayer as the errand car bore it down on the ground, cracking the pavement. The errand car grinned, obviously happy that he had shocked the Shinigami. Thought you could beat me that easily? Think again. That spirit force of yours, even if it did connect, would be useless anyway. Renji muttered something under his breath. Scared? The Shinigami said nothing for a few moments. Then, howl, Zabumaru. The words cut the cool air. Renji looked up and grinned a grin just as evil as the errand car. The errand car watched as the normal sword shape transformed itself into a mean-looking segmented sword with teeth. Get ready to die. Pfft. And just how, may I ask? He was answered indirectly by the sword extending from where the Shinigami stood and almost meeting him in the face. The errand car jumped back suddenly wary. Did that answer your question, slimeball? The second attack came, and the sword reached further than the last. The errand car jumped back a second time, as the sword named Zabumaru whirled around the Shinigami's head. Know what? The errand car looked down at the Shinigami. The point of the extending attack isn't to hit the target. As soon as those words were out of his mouth, he leant back and threw his sword once more. This time, however, the sword didn't go directly at the errand car, rather it took an oval path so that the end of the sword was behind it. The errand car grinned. Looks like you missed, Shinigami boy. His grin turned to an expression of shock and pain as Zabumaru drew back to its normal position, cutting deeply into the errand car's leg as it passed. As Zabumaru came back to its normal position, the Shinigami laughed harshly. I said, the point is not to hit the target, instead, it goes behind it, and rakes the flesh as it comes back. I see. The errand car straightened, ignoring its fresh wound. Since you have shown me your shuriken, I suppose I should do the same. The Shinigami said nothing. The errand car looked at the expression on his face, bored. You won't be bored after this, boy. A pause. Poison, Pinsithar. Instantly, the soul slayer that he had been holding with both hands seemed like it melded into the Aaronkar front arm bones. For a while, nothing seemed to be happening, but then the monster let out a groan as the bones moved out of his arms, revealing vicious blades. They were long and thin, closely resembling syringes. The Aaronkar slowly turned his hands around to look at them. Renji noticed that now they had small handles of some sort. The Aaronkar clenched his fists, and by doing so, pulled on the handle. A squirt of some substance popped out the top of its respective blade. The Aaronkar grinned at Renji. Hey, Shinigami boy. These things are loaded with deadly poison. He stopped for emphasis. But it won't kill you straight away. You'll suffer terribly first. But, you will die, no matter what. The Shinigami shrugged. Whatever. Can I kill you now? His uncaring tone aroused anger in the Aaronkar. You little brat. He lunged at Renji, only to find that his thin blade pierced empty air. You went behind me again, stupid. Without thinking, the Aaronkar used the thing Shinigamis called flash steps and found himself behind Renji. Not even allowing himself a quick grin, he pulled his blade back, with the intent to stab the offending Shinigami. As he pulled his hand back, the Shinigami disappeared and reappeared on top of his arm. The sword named Zabumaru swung up and down, but the Aaronkar lifted its other hand and caught the blade, ignoring the sharp stabs of pain it sent down his hand. Gripping it for an instant, he threw it forward, watching as the owner and the blade collided into the brick house where he had been trying to snack on some girl that had a little spiritual power. Thud. The Shinigami looked up at the Aaronkar, from his position on the cluttered bricks. Blood ran down his forehead freely, and his hair band was gone, ripped in the collision. But the Shinigami smiled. Good, good, I wanted to have some fun. He pushed himself out of the rubble of the wall, and readied himself one more time. Oh, and before, when you said you wouldn't have anyone to pick on. I'll let myself be picked on, he paused, re-gripping Zabumaru. That is, if you can handle it, slime face. The Aaronkar tried to open his mouth, but found that he couldn't. The Shinigami had just unleashed his spirit power, and the Aaronkar found that his body didn't respond well to the shock. It was now he that went down on one knee. You were hiding that spirit power. He managed to get out. The Shinigami only grinned. Time to die. But something had caught his eye. The Aaronkar turned to look where the Shinigami was looking. The girl he had tried to snack on was now standing outside in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes, as if trying to believe that the massive hole in her house was real. What the? How can she be standing when this guy just released a huge amount of spirit force? Abarai, Kun. The voice was laced with disbelief. They knew each other. But, how could this mere human see a Shinigami? Sheet. I didn't want to get anyone involved, Renji thought. Tatsuki, he barked. Get back in the house. What? Tell me what the hell you're doing here. And why are you holding a sword? There's no time for that. Get back in the house, he growled. The Aaronkar simply observed the Shinigami's actions. It was obvious that the Shinigami had a larger spirit force than him, however, if he had attachments to this girl named Tatsuki. It was a low way of fighting, but if he wanted to survive. He lunged at the girl, extending Pinsithar. Tatsuki. The red-haired Shinigami dived in front of the human girl, who had just stood there, dumbfounded. In her anger and surprise at seeing the Shinigami, she had completely missed the Aaronkar. The Aaronkar grinned once again as Pinsithar pierced the Shinigami. Just as he had hoped. Why you? The Shinigami growled as it held the blade that now had residence in his shoulder. He was cut off when the Aaronkar squeezed his fist, and Renji's eyes opened in pain. Sheet, the poison, injection. The Aaronkar opened his mouth to laugh, but it never came. Renji grabbed hold of the blade, and ripped it out of his shoulder. A cruel light began to shine from his eyes. The girl behind him had dropped to her knees in confusion. "Stay there, Tatsuki," he growled. Something in the Shinigami's voice had changed. It was a more commanding tone. "Hey, slimeball. There's one thing you need to know. My name is Abarai Renji. Pleased to meet you," the Arrancar said sarcastically. "My name is..." But the Shinigami never got to find out his name, nor did the Arrancar get to tell him. Renji had swung Zabumaru in an underarm motion, extending it at the same time. It cut the Arrancar from under its arm to its head, splitting its jaw. Blood spurted out of the wound, and the arm slowly slipped down the side of its body. The bone-like syringes slowly withered away, and then was joined by the rest of the Arrancar's body. Renji turned around, to where Tatsuki was kneeling, too shocked to say anything. "DMN girl." With a short and swift motion, he hit the back of her head. As she fell forward he caught her, and carried her just inside the front door, noting how big and expensive her house looked. Closing the door to ensure no one suspected anything, never mind the huge hole in the brick wall, he walked slowly away from the house. Hitsugaya, Taicho. He thought he could sense them, they were somewhere. He followed his senses, walking drowsily. That DMN poison. He kept walking, but his arm hurt like hell. He needed to find Hitsugaya Taishu, he could probably do something about it. As he shuffled slowly in the early hours of the morning he stumbled over a wooden bench. Too tired and injured to get up, he lay there, and closed his eyes. The last thought that ran through his mind was, Tatsuki's house looks really expensive. End flashback. He must have been there for at least 3 hours. Pain racked his body, but he didn't move, because it hurt more. He stared down at the ground, noting that he could now see a bit more clearly. It was the beginning of a new day, he decided, because he could feel the sun on his back. He wondered briefly where Hitsugaya Taishu and Hisagi were. A shadow crossed the sunlight, and Renji looked up to glare at the offender that had blocked his sunlight. The sudden JRK brought an onslaught of pain that knocked him out. The shadow became bigger as it neared his body. Strong hands gripped the sides of his muscular body and lifted him up. A few minutes later, the only thing that was left at the park was footprints, and dried blood. A Summer Job, Operation TA, Part 3. Ha! Ha! Puffs of semi-white clouds rose above the vice-captain's face. In the cool of the early morning, breath actually materialized. Hisagi shook his head, this wasn't the time to be marveling about things in the human world. Now was the time to be worried about the thing in front of him. The Arrancar eyed his foe. The Shinigami seemed to be thinking of other things. "I'm bored." The Shinigami's face looked up immediately. "What? You are?" The Arrancar's voice trailed off, and its head tilted sideways as if trying to smell something. "Oh. Looks like your friend got his butt handed to him," the Shinigami said coolly, noting that the once huge spirit force given out by the other Arrancar had diminished to nothing. The Arrancar hid its expression. "Crap. I can't believe that he lost." The Arrancar looked back at the Shinigami in front of him. "That just means that I need to take care of you faster to kill the person that killed my fellow Arrancar." Pfft. Hisagi reached up to wipe some blood that had found its way down the side of his cheek. "That's fine with me. I'll let you join your friend." Hisagi rushed at him, flash-stepping to bring himself forward with great acceleration. Sitting in a tree, not far from where the two crossed blades, Hitsugaya was jotting down notes on a piece of paper, occasionally lifting his head up to observe the battle. It was a long-winded one, and he definitely had to comment on Hisagi's endurance. Excels in both endurance and stamina. Skills are still sharp even later in the battle. Displays excellent use of flash steps, and soul slayer skills. Hitsugaya looked down at his notes. Blah, blah, blah. No point in writing an extremely detailed report. Everyone knew that Hitsugaya was going to achieve captaincy anyway. It wasn't like there was anyone better. Except for Renji. But other than that, who else would try out for captain, and actually defeat Hitsugaya or Renji? His mind flitted across the vice-captains. His own idiot vice-captain could probably fight well with Hitsugaya, but there was a sheer power gap between her and Renji. Renji had just been too obsessed with beating Bayakuya that he left all the other vice-captains behind. Plus, most vice-captains were reasonably content with their position. He had a sneaky feeling that Hitsugaya was only trying out for captain, not because he wanted to, but because he felt an obligation to, since his captain was, after all, one of the traitors. Lost in his train of thought, he nearly fell off his perch when he felt a huge amount of spirit force weigh down on him. Sheet. Who the heck is emitting that? As he steadied himself, he cast his eyes over to where the fight was. It seemed that the Arrancar had just let loose his spirit power. So that Arrancar was just hiding it all along, eh? This will go on the reports. Hitsugaya looked like he was having trouble, but nothing too serious. The spirit power was huge, but the vice-captain was coping well. However, to counter the hidden spirit force, he put his Soul Slayer in Shirkai form. It was a good choice. Putting the Soul Slayer in Shirkai form would help him immensely. Hitsugaya continued to watch the battle, until it was clear that the Arrancar was simply toying with him. The Arrancar's spirit force had just continued going up. It wasn't reasonable to expect a vice-captain to fight with an Arrancar with that massive spirit force. It was almost like asking a vice-captain to fight against a captain. However, against all odds, Hitsugaya looked like he was coping. Hitsugaya raised his pen, ready to write down that Hitsugaya coped extremely well in hopeless positions, when the Arrancar disappeared from sight. This wasn't good. Without thinking, Hitsugaya flash-stepped towards the battle, breaking the branch he had been perched on in the process. "I've got you." Sheet. Hitsugaya turned around, knowing that the Arrancar was behind him. He saw the blade come down, but funnily enough it never connected. Instead, he heard the sound of a book closing. Hitsugaya Taishu. The young captain had stepped in between them, and had caught the sword in his notebook. Hitsugaya looked up at the vice-captain. "Protocol demands that I come in now. This guy," he gestured at the Arrancar, "is actually of captain level." The Arrancar looked down in disbelief at the short guy that had managed to catch his sword swing in midair, and with a book of all things. He jumped back, eyeing the newcomer arrogantly. Short, whitish hair, and wearing a white cloak. He fit the description. Captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Tushuru. Also known as Genius. The person looked up at the sound of his name. "I'm honored that you know the name of your killer." "Don't be an arrogant little brat," the Arrancar replied smoothly. The brat fixed him with an icy glare. "You will die. You seem very sure of that." "It's true. We outnumber you." "Oh, so the proud captain will use a dirty method, will he? Or am I just too strong for you?" The white-haired genius didn't answer, but tucked the notebook away, and drew his sword. The Arrancar's eyes narrowed. He had heard about this captain. His Soul Slayer was the most powerful Ice-type Soul Slayer in the whole of Soul Society. He was no easy foe. The person he had been fighting with, Hitsugaya, wasn't that easy either. The guy was too persistent, and had made him lose too much stamina. He wasn't in the best mood to fight, so... "Look, I'm in a hurry. Watch carefully, for this is what you will die by." With that, he concentrated all his spirit power into his Soul Slayer, while the two Shinigamis watched. His Soul Slayer slowly expanded to reveal a large saber-like sword. The two Shinigamis looked bored. The Arrancar grinned to itself. The next thing that happened would surely shock them. The metal from the sword worked its way down and almost slid past the hilt. It rolled over his hands and then onto his arms. Before their very eyes the metal hardened into blades on his hands, but it didn't stop there. The metal continued to engulf every portion of the Arrancar's body. Finally, when it had covered every single inch, the rest of the metal hardened, making the errand car glint in the early morning sun. This isn't just armor. This is a weapon. The errand car looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. My Shikai provides me with a sword that can be connected to my body. It also provides armor that is as sharp as any sword. Touch it, and you'll find out. Hitsugaya didn't doubt the words of the errand car. His armor certainly did look sharp. If he threw himself carelessly at the errand car, he would have definitely cut. He threw a sideways glance to Hitsugaya. Good. The guy was unperturbed. That would have to go down in the report. But later. Then he noticed the expression of the vice captain change, and suddenly Hitsugaya knew why. Renji's spirit force. It had just gone. Just disappeared. The errand car noticed their expressions, and then laughed in an oddly metallic way. I see. Your friend's spirit force has disappeared. Do you know why? The two Shinigamis focused back on him. Because, that guy he fought. He was known as the polluter. The poison he manufactured was deadly, so deadly that he thought it was boring. So, he made a poison that would surely kill, but it would torment the person for weeks before killing them. Looks like your friend missed out on the weeks bit. The shorter, and obviously stronger Shinigami growled. Enough talk. The errand car's eyes narrowed. I agree. The errand car let out another harsh laugh. Don't be in a hurry to die. And with that, he sped towards them so fast that he became a streak of silver. Hitsugaya barely had time to deflect the blow. Faster than usual, tattoo boy. Hitsugaya struck back with a vehemence that startled his captain counterpart. The errand car was sent flying back a few meters, but unhurt, Hitsugaya noted. It was like fighting a sword. Hitsugaya just grinned. We don't have much time. We need to find Renji. He's dead, the silver errand car said flatly. The white-haired genius promptly ignored him. Radio back to Soul Society, and ask for backup for Renji. I'll take care of this guy while you're radioing. He paused, looking at the worried look on the vice-captain's face. Don't worry, I've already written down all the battle details. The Shinigami disappeared. Yes, that's it. We have lost sense of Renji's spirit force, and Hitsugaya is now currently battling the second errand car. Is the second errand car difficult? It was hiding its spirit force. A short pause. Okay, for now, keep fighting the errand car. After Hitsugaya finishes the errand car, see if you can look around for Renji. If you can't find him by the day ends, come back. We'll send a proper search team, if he is. The voice on the other line trailed off. Hitsugaya swallowed. Yes sir. Good, that gets rid of the trash. Hitsugaya raised an eyebrow. Actually, I would have done it myself, except I'm not fond of the technological stuff. He eyed the errand car. Aren't you going to tell me your name? You won't need my name where you're going. I don't think you understand, errand car. The boy genius grinned. I need to know the name of the person I killed. Hitsugaya flash-stepped towards the errand car. He brought his sword down on the body of the errand car, intending to sever him from the waist down. Ching! Hitsugaya frowned from his position behind the errand car. There was no way that the errand car had blocked his blow. Up to the last millisecond he was sure that he had seen the errand car's saber sword still pointing towards the ground. He felt the errand car's gaze shift to him, and then heard him laugh. Oh, that was quite a vicious slicing attack. Look what it did. Nothing. The last few words came out as a sneer. The young captain straightened up and looked at the sliver errand car behind him. Crap. That was a slicing attack with such sharpened spiritual energy that it would have cut Zaraki. Yet this, errand car stands here with not even a scratch. The errand car grinned his metallic grin. Surprised? Don't worry, you aren't weak, that slice would have cut a building in half. The errand car drew his sword up in front of him. However, the armor on my body is basically a sword. You want to know my name? I'll tell you. I am known as, the Saber. The Shinigami in front of him didn't say anything. Then, he straightened up, and looked the errand car in the eye. I'll just have to break the saber, won't I? The errand car grinned cruelly. I can't break. No normal sword will be able to beat me. Hitsugaya uttered a sharp laugh. I don't have a normal sword. With that, he placed his sword in front of him. He muttered something incomprehensible to the errand car, but suddenly the sun seemed to disappear. The errand car watched with interest as a huge dragon appeared from the Shinigami's sword. So this is your shurikai? The boy said nothing, but swung his sword in a downwards motion. The silver errand car just stood there as the huge blue ice dragon pummeled into him. The saber lived up to his name. The blue dragon split into two as it hit him. As the last inch of the dragon exploded, the errand car grinned, water dripping off his silver armor. Looks like my saber cut down your dragon. Easily. Hitsugaya just grinned. Know what happens when metal gets supercooled? The errand car looked puzzled for a moment, and then deciding it was some jest, tried to put his hands back to attack position. But it wouldn't budge. His whole body wouldn't budge. He looked down in horror, at the splashed water that had suddenly become ice. And not normal ice either. It was rock-solid ice. The mixed and spiritual energy added a density to the frozen water that made it almost impossible to break. Sheet. What kind of ability is this? Since you don't know, I'll tell you. The atoms in the metal slow down to almost a complete standstill. Since no atoms are moving, the metal loses its flexibility. In other words, supercooled metal. Slick. Is easy to break. Hitsugaya now stood behind the errand car, who looked as if it was unaffected. DMN this kid, giving me a freakin' science lesson. Once I. Slowly but surely the top half of the silvered body began to slide off. Hitsugaya sheathed his sword, as the figure behind him slowly drifted off into the air. He wasn't nicknamed Genius for nothing. Hitsugaya Taishu. The white-haired genius turned around to see Hitsugaya run up to him. Hitsugaya. What did Soul Society say? The vice captain looked around. Now that the errand car is defeated, we have permission to look for Renji, but only till it gets dark. After that, they'll send in another team. The captain nodded. Typical. He brushed himself off, and then started walking. Well, we better get searching then. Yes, Hitsugaya Taishu. Hey, was he hard? Oh, he was a bit irritating.